This is an hour-long presentation by Wal Thornhill that is very interesting and kind of mind-blowing. Check it out. It's an hour long.
So, cosmology must address the infinitesimal as well as the infinite. So let's go to the heart of the matter, because, incredibly, mass is undefined. In every textbook and encyclopedia, the amount of mass is confused with the amount of matter, perhaps because they both begin with the letter M. This means that no scientist understands E equals mc squared. This confusion allows particle physicists to talk of creation and annihilation of matter, which is impossible without understanding what matter is. It's not physics. E equals mc squared is simply telling us that mass is a measure of the amount of energy held in matter. Particles have no mass, we're told. Armed with this ignorance, the standard particle model says subatomic particles have no intrinsic mass, which is nonsense. Are they saying protons and electrons have no rest mass, no energy? It seems so. In the standard particle model, mass is provided externally by a kind of cosmic treacle of imaginary Higgs bosons. The total cost of finding something, dubbed the Higgs boson at the Large Hadron Collider, ran over $13 billion in July 2012. At a running cost of $1 billion a year, that makes it more than $17 billion wasted chasing the grin of the Cheshire Cat. The LHC operates like smashing countless jumbo jets into mountains and picking over the debris to see how they fly. But the whole is more than the sum of the bits we can see. We are not dealing with closed systems. Even worse, it's like asking one of Douglas Adams' telephone hygienists to do the investigation. The investigators are not properly trained. Energy is undefined. All you will find in textbooks are examples of different forms of energy. The Big Bang is supposed to have originated from pure energy, which is nonsense when energy only makes sense in relation to matter in motion, with respect to all other matter. But matter hasn't been defined in any physical sense involving sensible internal movement. The quantum realm is weird. It's admitted by leading physicists that no one understands quantum mechanics. It's incompatible with Einstein's postulate of no instantaneous information transfer, and it seems to involve even the experimenter's thoughts in the outcome of some experiments. Once again, any experiment is not a closed system, as physicists like to assume. That is why the quantum realm appears weird. Light and the electric force are mysteriously transferred through empty space. We have all experienced the force between two magnets. What's happening in the space between them? The pioneers of electromagnetism knew there has to be a medium to transfer the electric force. They called it the ether. The ether has to be an electrically polarizable medium that fills the universe. In that way you can daisy chain the electric force directly. It's a longitudinal force. And applying the speed of light limit to that makes no sense whatsoever, because light is a wave motion. I think I've said before, that's like the difference between pulling on a rope and feeling the tug at the other end almost instantly, and waving one end of the rope and waiting for the wave to get to the other end. Light is a slow process in the universe. So if we have this ether that fills the universe, space is full. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. Einstein knew that there has to be an ether, but his postulates somehow did away with it. He admitted that his theory of relativity would fail if the Earth's motion through the ether were detected. That's because his inertial frames of reference would not be equivalent. It would be like having one observer experiencing a gentle breeze from the ether wind while another might be suffering a howling gale. As it turns out, Dayton Miller repeated the Michelson-Morley ether experiments far more rigorously and at different elevations. He found an ether drift. Sadly, left hemisphere training denied and quickly forgot this fact. So let's have a look at the standard particle model. An atom, once a promise of fundamental simplicity, is really a nucleus within a hazy, probabilistic fog of electrons. The nucleus is some protons and neutrons held together by the mysterious short-range nuclear or strong force. The particles in the nucleus have a hidden, unknown number of weird, undetectable bits inside. These bits are appearing and disappearing in defiance of a principle of science that miracles are forbidden. Meanwhile, a recent report from the Large Hadron Collider suggests new findings that don't fit this model. Here's a snapshot of a proton by Professor Matthew Strassler. He writes, imagine all of the quarks, up, down and strange, that is U, D and S, anti-quarks, U, D and S with a bar on top, and gluons, a G, zipping around near the speed of light, banging into each other and appearing and disappearing. So a proton is said to be some quarks held together by some gluons, which are themselves the quantized manifestations of the strong force. There is no mention of how a force manifests as a particle. It gets much worse. A gluon is really one of several colours of gluon, but it also has the simultaneous property of anti-colour. Gluons mediate the interaction between quarks, but they also mediate the interaction between themselves and quarks. That's right, gluons are the strong force, but they also experience the strong force. Happily for the physicists, quarks are unobservable in principle because they only exist inside the nucleon. It's very convenient. This is simple. You can forget elegance. This is extreme, narrow, left hemisphere focus on a model with no basic definitions to make sense of the words being used. Andrew Pickering, the author of Constructing Quarks, who did a sociological study of particle physics, and it's an interesting book, says there's no obligation on anyone to take account of what 20th century science has to say. To listen too closely to scientists may be simply to stifle the imagination, that is the right hemisphere. Worldviews are cultural products. There is no need to be intimidated by them. We come to the electric universe model of the atom. The electrically neutral atom is made of charged particles, positive and negative, in equal numbers, together with a number of neutral particles called neutrons, stating the obvious. All subatomic particles are real, with real locations in space. It's not a probabilistic fog. There is a polarizable ether which transmits force and carries electromagnetic waves. The universe is full of an electrically neutral, perfect fluid of neutral particles which passes through atoms and celestial bodies practically as if they weren't there. Neutrinos fit this description. So, the electric universe then defines what it means by energy and mass. Energy is matter in motion relative to the matter in the rest of the universe. It used to be said in relation to the fixed stars. This is not a closed system approach. It is a unifying relational concept first articulated by Ernst Mach. So we define mass. Mass is a measure of particle distortion instead of acceleration in response to the electric forces from all other matter in the universe. It's a bit like pushing a balloon full of water. It will tend to distort rather than move. And it's the same with these orbital systems of electrons and protons and so on. Once again, this conforms with Ernst Mach's principle. Neutrons may not exist in the nucleus. If so, only two particles are necessary to build all of the elements. This idea came from Edwin Carl, who I'm pleased to say is here and will be presenting in the breakout room. And the problem for physicists is, how do you hold together all of the positive charges in the nucleus? They should repel one another very powerfully. The repulsion of those positive charged protons should prevent it from forming in the first place. However, atomic nuclei seem to require neutrons for stability. That's because when a radioactive atom nucleus decays, neutral particles are sometimes observed to leave the nucleus and exist for a few minutes before further decaying into an electron and a proton. So it was assumed such a neutral particle pre-existed in the nucleus. The what-if question wasn't asked, that maybe that wasn't so. This is an assumption which still does not explain how the positive nucleus remains cohesive. So a special short-range strong nuclear force was invented, a proliferation of forces and particles. Edwin Carl suggested a simpler solution. If the electrons remain as discrete particles in the nucleus, they will tend to arrange themselves to, on average, sit equidistant between the protons. Because the distance between the protons is greater than that between each proton and a neighbouring electron, the attractive electric force between the proton and electron, sorry if this is too fast, will be 4 times greater than the repulsive force. This simple hypothesis removes the need for an extra strong force within the nucleus. It's much simpler. And then it seems that neutrons are a short-lived, metastable resonance of a closely bound proton and electron. This is simple. The electric universe simply proposes structure within structure, a repeated pattern. To understand magnetism and gravity, we must go to the heart of matter, a similar approach to that of André-Marie Ampère, Carl Friedrich Gauss, Wilhelm Weber and Walter Ritz, who considered the behaviour of positive and negative charged particles of different mass with great success, but were ignored for political reasons. Chiefly they weren't English, I think. Here's a simple hypothesis. The electron and proton have stable, resonant orbital structures of smaller charged particles. In that case, the positron, that is the antiparticles, and antiproton are mirror particles. They're not antiparticles, they're mirrors. There is no antimatter, no creation or annihilation. But this requires that there be an ether of composite neutral particles of vanishingly small mass, the neutrinos. The neutrinos must be quite complex inside, but totally collapsed, so that they can accept energy and then become a particle and its mirror. But there's nothing, it's just assumed that when these particles seem to disappear, that they've annihilated, the matter has disappeared. That's not so. So the ether must be normal matter of vanishingly small mass composed of all the subparticles needed to split into an electron and a positron, for example, when subjected to the appropriate energy, electromagnetic energy. For stability, and this is one of the stumbling blocks, of course, for particle physicists to go this way, is that the electric force must act between the tiny particles within the atom instantly, no speed of light delay. The two stable particles, the electron and the proton, if we assume the neutron is just a metastable particle, form 254 stable nuclides plus another 85 metastable, that is radioactive nuclides, for a total of 339. So from this simple resonance systems of structure within structure, we have all of the materials we need to see, to make what we see in the world around us. When those nuclei combine with the requisite number of negative electrons to form atoms and molecules, the possibilities are boundless in the living world. What does this mean? Only a single force is necessary, the powerful, instantaneous electric force. The phenomenal strength of the naked electric force can be judged by the simple illustration in the lower left. This shows that if the charge passing through two 120-watt light bulbs in 1 second were to be transferred equally to two metal plates, the repulsive force between those plates would equal 1 million tons. So it's critical that the electric force is a balanced force, attractive or repulsive. And these two propositions are the epitome of elegant simplicity, balance. The little diagram there on the left, extreme left at the top, shows the attraction between positive and negative and the repulsion between like particles. There are two forms of the electric force. that we experience. One is the electrostatic, where you have separated charge some distance apart, and the electric dipole, where the distance between the two charges becomes so small that the field is altered and you get a different effect called a dipole field. So it just depends on the degree of separation of a positive and negative charge. It's a difference in scale. On our scale, we experience the dipole field of atomic electric fields and subatomic electric fields in the form of magnetism and gravity. They are dipole fields. So both forms of the electrostatic and the dipole field occur between atoms and is responsible for chemistry. The E-force operates between all of the particles and subparticles within each atom. In close proximity, this can result in distortion of the atoms to form electric dipoles themselves, which can result in attraction to form a molecule. Or they may enter a new resonant dance by sharing an electron, as chemistry. The dipole distorting action on electrons and protons produces dipolar magnetism. The diagram there is actually, I made a mistake, the positive and negative on left and right should be reversed. But this just shows that if you, let's try this thing here. If you have an electric field operating on a particle here, charged particle here, and accelerating it, and on the opposite side decelerating it, the result will be an elliptical orbit with the nucleus at one of the focuses. And the result of this is that you get a transverse dipole, and that transverse dipole is shown there as the magnetic force, because if you have two current-carrying wires where the electric field in the wire is causing this distortion in electrons, then the dipoles are aligned so that they tend to attract, and we know that current flowing down two wires in the same direction attract, in the opposite way they repel. Okay, so, and the other thing is that I mentioned there ultra-weak dipolar gravity. And this is the diagram of what happens to an atom in that case. The gravitational field cannot be shielded from, so the gravitational force operates on the heavy nucleus so that it falls towards one of the focuses of an ellipse. This time it's oriented radially towards the surface of the body. But the interesting thing about that is that once you've said that, this means that a body like the Earth and the Moon, which I've shown here, the negative poles on both bodies are facing outwards, which means they're repelling one another. So it means that it's long-range repulsive, short-range attractive. We on the surface of the Earth are like iron filings. We don't care which magnet we go to, just the nearest one will do. The gravitational mass of the distant galaxies had a fundamental influence over the motion of the bodies in the solar system, and this is actually shown by precession of the perihelion of the planets, which is tied to the distant stars and not to the sun or general relativity, because general relativity doesn't have a reference frame like that. Short-term changes in the Earth's magnetic field that occur over periods of just years or decades have now been shown in new research to have a very close relationship with changes in gravity. The two are very similar forces. There is no gravitational collapse in space, no black hole swallowing everything. It is the electromagnetic force alone that coalesces matter in deep space. So the assumption that gravity was the controlling force on the large scale is incorrect. There is no need for a big bang to separate everything initially. Gravity is a balanced force like magnetism and cannot form neutron stars or other fanciful supercondensed celestial objects. A planet's gravity is established at its birth by powerful electromagnetic forces. And once the body is formed and the charge on the surface is established, the gravitational field is set by both the surface charge and the initial coalescence by electromagnetic forces. So the outcome of all that is that all matter in the local universe is connected by the electric force instantly. That's Mach's principle. The origin of mass and quantum spooky connection. Because this force is instantaneous, the so-called entanglement and non-locality suddenly has a simple explanation. And energy is a measure of motion with respect to the matter in the rest of the universe. Mass is a measure of the energy stored in the orbital motion inside a particle. And simultaneity means there is a universal time and three-dimensional space. We return to the sanity and simplicity of classical physics. These matter resonances are interesting too, because having an orbital structure allows resonant instantaneous connections and complex interactions, which explains weird quantum behaviour. The important thing is that the electron and proton have an orbital charge structure like atoms, which explains their internal energy and their magnetic moment. And distortion in an electric field appears as an increase in mass rather than acceleration. Quantum tunnelling. In transistors, electrons face a barrier like the illustration in the diagram. It's like having to carry a weight over a hill. But in a weird quantum phenomenon called tunnelling, the electron passes through the barrier as if there's a tunnel. The electric universe model of the electron and proton, having an orbital structure of oppositely charged particles, allows us to see that the hill or the repulsive electrical force between similar charges can instantly disappear or become a downhill race. The reason is that the force between two similar particles can become attractive instead of repulsive if you get the particles together at just the right moment. In chemistry, this resonance is achieved by the use of a heavy metal catalyst, which has numerous internal subatomic resonances. The same catalytic process is available, in my opinion, for nuclear fusion. So-called warm fusion is possible by nuclear chemistry, catalyzing the nuclei to attract instead of repel. So catalytic chemistry is possible, in my opinion, in the photospheric plasma of all bright stars, where the nuclei are separated from the electrons and can actually come close together in the presence of the heavy elements we see in the spectrum. And you've got to ask the question then, is this the path to future power? Like the sun, but only unlike the sun that is believed by present science. In this way, all stars generate the heavy elements in their photospheres where we detect them in their spectra. Rare exploding supernovae are the most ineffectual production means imaginable, because having produced it, you then disperse it into deep space. There's also an unsuspected resonant means of connection in living systems. The morphic field of Sheldrake, the mind-body connection, consciousness, subtle energies. The electric universe model explains biological transmutations at body temperature as demonstrated by Dr. Louis Kervran. His is a clear demonstration of this simple process. Is light a wave or a particle? If so, what's waving? Einstein did away with a medium to wave. Or is light a particle, a photon? It can't be both a wave and a particle. You'll notice they've merely mouthed a term there. It's particle-like, they say. It's a meaningless use of language. If so, according to Einstein, to travel at the speed of light, it must have zero mass. But a particle of zero mass has no energy. You can't multiply zero by infinity and get a real number. And if it's got zero mass, it can't be affected by gravity, so there can be no gravitational lensing. Lensing occurs as a simple atmospheric diffraction effect in the ether. It's like an atmosphere around a body. Evidence from stars at the galactic centre show no gravitational lensing as expected from standard theory. Clearly, we depend on light to observe the universe, but we don't understand light. Photons don't exist. Light is a transverse electrical disturbance in the ether. and the ether must be a dielectric medium to transfer an electrical disturbance. The wave carries energy through the medium. Let's catch up here. And the energy is absorbed by the first atom that is in instantaneous resonance with the sending atom. It gives the appearance that a photon has travelled between the sender and the receiver. It's appearance only. Talking about light brings us to cosmological redshift. Hubble found the fainter and smaller a galaxy appeared, the higher was its redshift. In the diagram, you can see the spectral lines of hydrogen move progressively to the red end of the spectrum as the distance is thought to increase. The redshift was simply assumed to be due to velocity away from us, by analogy with the Doppler shift of sound. Hubble's law is considered the first observational basis for the expansion of the universe. But ironically, Hubble thought it the least likely explanation. He felt it more likely indicated some new physics. So it was Hubble's professional astronomer assistant, Helton C. Arp, who later proved this to be so. If the redshift is not simply a Doppler effect, Hubble wrote, the region observed appears as a small, homogeneous, but insignificant portion of a universe extended indefinitely both in space and time. Recently and surprisingly, more distant galaxies seem to be accelerating away from us. This discovery won the Nobel Prize and gave rise to the need for huge amounts of mysterious dark energy to power the acceleration. I wrote about that discovery on October the 6th, 2011. The discovery of the acceleration of the expanding universe is an interpretation based on total ignorance of the real nature of stars and the standard candle, which was used as the measurement to determine the distance away. So it was gratifying to find support once more in a report this month titled, "Could a new type of supernova eliminate dark energy?" It has been found that the near UV light from the most distant supernovae is brighter than the closer ones. In other words, there's something going on at the atomic and subatomic level. Of course, this is unexpected and unexplained. The diagram on the left shows the difference between the Big Bang universe and the plasma universe. It's easy to see which one is simpler. Intrinsic redshift, and Dr. Helton Arp, Hubble's assistant, who was dubbed the modern Galileo, he found redshifts, quasars physically connected to and in front of, high redshift quasars rather, physically connected to and in front of low redshift active galaxies. This observation of a quasar between the galaxy NGC 7319 and the Earth is impossible if the quasar is over 90 times farther away than the galaxy. So Hubble was right. Something is wrong with physics. Arp showed the redshift happened in small jumps or quanta, which indicates a subatomic effect. But these quantum effects are supposed to only occur at the subatomic level. Here we've got it occurring on the galactic. This requires, once again, the electric force to be operating at ultra high speed, instantaneously. So quasars are born at high speed and with low redshift. This is Arp's diagram. You see the parent galaxy in the centre. Where are we? That's this one here. And the high redshift quasars, and the redshift decreases as they move away. Initially their velocity is very high. They are faint, highly redshifted, and travelling at a fair fraction of the speed of light. Over time they gain in mass. This is interesting. It means that energy is being supplied to the matter in the quasar and the mass is increasing. So that eventually they can actually become a turnaround here and become a companion galaxy. This is an example of another path that they can take where you end up with another BL-LAC object, as it's called, producing multiple galaxies here. So there is a genealogy, if you like, of galaxies. The idea that the Andromeda galaxy is going to crash into our galaxy in the future is rubbish. It's based on the idea that Andromeda's blue shift with respect to us means that it's approaching us. No, it just means that it's older than us. So the electric universe explains this. Quasars are born at high speed and with low mass. They escape the forces of the electromagnetic galactic nucleus, that's the parent galaxy, as neutrons. And because the neutrons have no charge, they can escape the intense electromagnetic forces that hold that plasmoid in the centre of the galaxy. They have enough time to get away from those powerful forces, and then they decompose into electrons and protons, which are the forerunners of hydrogen. So as the electrical energy pours into the quasar, its mass and brightness increases and it slows down to become a companion galaxy. So this was an explanation, the only explanation for Halton Arp's observations. Quasars are not the brightest and most distant objects in the universe. They are among the youngest and closest, so the objects in the mirror really are closer than they appear. The visible universe is smaller than we have been told. So the universe, the real universe, is in balance. It is not expanding. This is important for our understanding of gravity. Gravity cannot be simply an attractive force. The universe is of unknown age and extent. The origin of the universe is unknown. There is a universal now, and space has 3 physical dimensions. This brings everything back down to, as Tom was pointing out, conditions as we experience it on Earth. Dark matter galaxies. Galaxies are treated as isolated objects in space produced somehow by attractive gravity in an expanding universe. Their rotation and structure remains a mystery. They're made of 80% invisible dark matter. Well, Tom gave a good introduction to that story about dark matter. Dark matter has been described as an invisible elephant in the room. You know it's there by the dent it makes in the floorboards. Dark matter is only inferred theoretically by using our experience of gravity on Earth and projecting it onto the rest of the universe. Once again, it's this geocentric problem. We look at the gravity on Earth and then we just extrapolate outwards, because that's all mathematicians can do. It needs an impossible gravitational black hole in the centre. Black holes exist theoretically in asymptotically flat space in an empty universe. You cannot superimpose any other matter in such a hypothetical universe. Black holes don't exist. Yet some sport long, thin, high-velocity jets over intergalactic distances. There is no satisfactory theoretical explanation for these jets. This is the standard, taking the standard approach. Electric galaxies, on the other hand, plasma cosmology shows experimentally and observationally that galaxies are governed by electromagnetic forces. Tony Peratt said that they introduced gravity into their supercomputer runs and it made no difference whatsoever. Spirals rotate as simple Faraday motors. That's why that curve is flat. It's as if you've got a plate and you're just spinning the plate. Stars are born in and trace the spiral power lines. Where there is a higher density of gas and dust, it's typical of an electrical discharge. With the density of the material becomes greater, the discharge becomes more filamentary. Stars form along those pinched current filaments. There are no black holes. It's a compact high-energy plasmoid, and this comes down to peer-reviewed plasma cosmology. Their apparent mass is due to the relationship between mass and energy. If E equals mc squared, if you've got a high concentration of energy in that tiny plasmoid, it will exhibit a considerable mass. It's certainly not a black hole. The other thing is that galaxies line up axially, showing their electrical connectedness because they're threaded like Catherine wheels on a wire. And that wire is one of these intergalactic Birkeland current filaments. So let's look at stars. We've done galaxies, let's look at stars. Arthur Eddington had the temerity to say, it should not be too difficult to understand something as simple as a star. This is typical left hemisphere. His quote is typical: isolate, simplify and ignore a global view. Because if you look at coronas, sunspots, flares, magnetic cycles, etc., his gas model doesn't predict any of them. And the alternatives are not explored. He dismisses electrical aspects in a few paragraphs. The failure of this approach is shown by continual complications with each new discovery. It's treated as an isolated, gravitating ball of gas. Conventionally, it's a body that satisfies three conditions. It's made of hydrogen plus a few impurities. Having a core of the lightest element is the most fanciful assumption. It's needed to allow the thermonuclear energy model to be viable. That also requires hypothetical extreme conditions in the core. It's only required by the thermonuclear theory and is completely untestable. It also has, that's unverifiable, and also the sequence of nuclear reactions that take place in the core cannot be verified. They're very complex and requires quantum tunneling, which I referred to earlier. And what's more, there's a more complex, different story for different stars. It's certainly not simple. It's an explosive model because one of the reactions is sensitive to the temperature to the fifth power. It also needs an unknown radiation zone to break down the X-rays from the nuclear core. There's nobody known that has a radiation or the energy transferred through the body through a radiation zone, so this is hypothetical. And also, from the point of view of life on Earth and so on, it has a restrictive and variable Goldilocks zones distant from the star. It's not the best place to nurture life in the universe. Impossible stars. Formation by gravitational accretion doesn't work. It's never been explained satisfactorily. It has hydrogen, the lightest element in the core. The model doesn't predict the observed features or behaviour. It has different models for white dwarfs, neutron stars, etc. And the life story of stars is super complicated and untestable. And some stars do strange things. They switch from one place to another without going through the transition stages. Renowned scientists like Eddington, who made grave mistakes about the sun and Einstein's general relativity, he went out explicitly to prove Einstein correct, not to test his theory, continue to haunt us today. It gives the lie to the belief that science is self-correcting. It is. It is not, given the way in which science is done today. As Eddington said, if there's no other way out, we may have to suppose that bright line spectra in the stars are produced by electric discharges. The clues were there, but what if was not followed through. Herschel reveals a ribbon of future stars. This was reported on March the 30th this year. So this is a very recent picture. Stars and planets are formed by powerful electromagnetic forces like pearls on a cosmic string. This is a quote from an earlier report. Gravity can be ignored. Plasma cosmology. There is no gravitational accretion. There's no way you can form a string like that using gravity. Gravity is a central force and the material tends to come into a centre. It doesn't form a string. But this recent report says, and this is important, stars are shot out of the filaments by a slingshot mechanism. And there's a diagram here which shows the filaments moving around like those in the plasma ball, where they snake about. The stars, having been formed in this filament, are left behind as the filament moves on, and these stars are shot out. And it's interesting because Tony Peratt described to us once the effect seen in high-energy discharge experiments as these plasmoids scattered like buckshot. Now, it's not only stars that are formed here, it's all solid bodies, including planets. and they may be captured by the stars to form the weird assortment, over 3,500 of them so far, of exoplanetary systems that have been observed. New stars also may fission to produce hot Jupiters in very close orbits and achieve electrical stability with their changing electrical environment. The movement of the filaments, as I said, is like those in a plasma ball. Heavy elements convect into a cool core. This is interesting because those blue filaments you saw before are the coldest part of the cloud, and this is where the stars are forming. The traditional view is that the stars had to form by gravitational collapse and not lose any of the heat of the collapse, otherwise they couldn't start their nuclear fires. Well, this doesn't require any of that. It was one of the surprises for theorists is that the blue filament I mentioned is the coldest part of the cloud and contains 800 times as much mass as the Sun. This is not a surprise for plasma cosmologists. So, all stars have a cool planetary core. Stars and many planets are born together along the same electrical umbilical cord. Other planets and moons are born later in electrical fissioning events and capture events. Hydrogen and helium tend to form the outermost atmosphere. This is a diagram showing the actual form of the filaments. You'll notice the pattern there. This is showing an experimental pattern of a discharge on an insulating plate. And this shows a Martian electrical sky. You can see the similarities. As the cosmic lightning bolt fades, stars and planets are captured into planetary systems. So, electric stars, they remain a gaseous electric discharge phenomena, like spherical searchlights following their birth. In fact, some of the characteristics of the photosphere is like that of a searchlight. All bright stars catalytically produce heavy elements in their photospheric plasma discharges. Red stars have gigantic anode sheaths. Sorry, I'll get the right picture there. Plasma discharges adjust to their environment by moving electrical barriers called plasma sheaths, or misleadingly magnetospheres, because they trap the magnetic fields inside. If Jupiter's plasma sheath were lit up, it would appear the size of the full moon in the sky at opposition. And its Galilean moons would be orbiting comfortably inside it. So red dwarfs are not dwarfs, and their bloated glowing anode sheaths are the cosmic wombs for life. Because inside that radiant red sphere, all satellites receive uniform heat and light over their entire surfaces. And it doesn't matter how they're moving or rotating, that will be the case. Of course, this poses a problem for the SETI project because radio waves cannot penetrate the glowing plasma sheath. So if these are the wombs of life, we don't have any way of radio communication with them. But of course, gravity can pass through. White dwarfs are not dwarfs at all, they're just stars with no bright photosphere and a faint white coronal discharge. These are some of the planetary systems that have been discovered. You can see it's quite a shambles. So as I said before, at the galactic scale, electromagnetic forces form these gigantic Birkeland currents and they dominate. At the planetary scale, inside the star's protective plasma sheath, gravity dominates. So you have to choose the region you're talking about when you're trying to apply your model to stars, galaxies and so on. In fact, inside the star's protective sheath, with gravity dominating, and it dominates because it cannot be electrically shielded, so the impact from all of the other stars in the universe is acting like a pressure in on the planets moving around the Sun. In fact, this repulsive force from the rest of the universe can reverse the Earth's motion about the Sun in 6 months. That is 6 sextillion tons by 140,000 miles an hour. So it gives you an idea of the impact. Then the thunderbolts of the gods operate to modify masses. In planetary systems, the electric force comes into play only when plasma sheaths collide, because then the electrical insulation breaks down and the electric current flows between the two bodies. Then the thunderbolts of the gods operate to modify masses and change orbits and to quickly re-establish order. This is one of the problems that Velikovsky faced. How do you explain events within the memory of mankind of chaos in the solar system, and yet it looks like clockwork today? And this is the answer. You have to apply the electric model of gravity to be able to do this. So Velikovsky was right. Electricity and magnetism are involved in the celestial mechanism. Changing the surface charge on a planet modifies the strength of the internal electric dipole, which is responsible for the planet's mass and gravity. And the changes to both bodies, which I've shown in previous YouTube talks, tends to move the two bodies apart, which is very convenient. This overcomes the objections of the Harvard book burners to Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision. However, it doesn't detract from the title to say that worlds didn't collide. It was an electrical clash of the titans. There's Velikovsky with his great book. So what we have now in science is a mythical journey. It is a rehash of a creation myth. The Earth was born and for 4.5 billion years has remained roughly where it is now. Long ago, the Earth had a few massive impacts to birth the Moon and almost wipe out life on Earth at intervals. Ironically, planetary collisions have been found essential 66 years after Velikovsky's book, Worlds in Collision, was burned. Thousands of exoplanetary systems don't fit the story. There are stars that shouldn't exist, hot Jupiters that orbit their star in hours or days, backward orbits and polar orbits. Life on Earth remains unexplained. The odds against random events producing life are practically infinite. The rest of the story is once upon a time fragmented, boring and non-predictive. We are an isolated and improbable accident. That's why we have difficulty imagining life elsewhere in the universe. Alan Alda complains, everybody is ignorant about science. Alda was 11 years as host of Scientific American Frontiers on PBS, and he helped inspire the creation of the Centre for Communicating Science at Stony Brook in 2009. Is it any wonder, when this is the face of science today? There is no real meaning or morality in modern mechanistic science to engage students or the public. Everyone thinks it is all mathematics. It saddens me to see so much talent wasted in the pursuit of myth, hunting for dark matter. Their heads have been filled with it. Our real journey. Are you looking for the nearest exoplanet? We're standing on it. Pay attention to the oldest stories of the celestial gods who created the skies and land we see today. Yoro Yoro is a research book about the Kimberley region, Aborigines in Western Australia. And some of their stories are so close to the reconstruction of the Saturnian polar configuration that it's almost scary. And these are the words from the elders, and they were very precise in their words. It says, in the beginning people saw before the Ice Age that the moon, sun and some of the stars had been on Earth. In other words, they were very close. One song told about a flood long before the last that was brought on by a star with trails. The symbols that testify to these events are still in the Kimberley. The Wandjina creator figure, which is the one you can see on the front of the book there, features are explained. All rings around the head represent clouds and lightning. The big spirit Wandjina have large eyes. This is the eye god motif that Dave Talbot has explained at length. They never have a mouth nor ears, and the line between the eyes indicates where the power flows down, and it's not a nose. and it looks like a hollow tube, which in the plasma column scenario of the Saturnian story is accurate. Walanganda, the creator Wandjina, did not create with his hands, only through his voice with power. It reminds me of in the beginning was the Word. Andy Hall has recently explained that the overpressure from supersonic shock waves, that is from the electrical blasts that strike the surface of a body, are powerful enough to form mountains. Rock flows until the overpressure drops, whereupon it solidifies instantly, but retains an imprint of the shock wave. Those shock waves would have produced harmonics and overtones, a global sound like a symphony of giant trumpets. There's many traditions about the creation being associated with sound. This little book I bought in Central Australia on a visit to Uluru, that great red rock, which looks just like an asteroid has landed. And it also tells a story by these people in the Kimberleys, but it's illustrated by children, and it's very quaint. The story is by David Moaljale, who's the elder. It tells of two suns in the sky who lived in hollow logs, the plasma columns. There is a period of intense heat from them. Then one sun is attacked with a spear, the thunderbolt, and is bitten by a snake, Cometary Venus, who lives in the sky. The little sun gets snagged in the fork of a celestial tree, which is the Axis Mundi, the tree of life, the celestial tree. So this is an extension of the forensic technique that Velikovsky introduced. He never referred to the Australian Aborigines, but some of their memories seem to be so accurate that they are a better source than some of the more so-called advanced cultural reports. All of these story elements make sense to mytho-historians and to the leading plasma cosmologist and colleague of Hans Alfvén, Tony Peratt. Accept best evidence regardless of its fit with modern consensus science and man-made theoretical laws. It is better to adopt a forensic science approach to the evidence for past events that cannot be repeated than to rely on theoretical science which is based on sets of beliefs and a geocentric perspective. Use that evidence to develop a more holistic science that brings our phenomenal real journey to light. To be real and useful, science must be holistic. The electric universe is a holistic science that applies seamlessly from the galactic to the earthly to the biosphere and on down to subatomic particles. Humanity's dramatic experience of the electrical nature of celestial mechanics would make an awe-inspiring and frightening IMAX movie that would make science fiction seem a pale shadow in comparison. But in my opinion, once understood, there will be no irrational urge to revisit doomsday upon each other and the Earth under the unrecognised banners of the prehistoric warring planetary gods. Planets bear the scars of their electrical birth and past encounters on their faces. Apollo astronauts commented on the fresh appearance of lunar craters. The event that caused the great gash across the face of Mars appears in stories from ancient cultures. These are just yesterday in geological time. I recommend you see episode 2, Symbols of an Alien Sky, the lightning-scarred planet Mars. We may understand our history and place in the electric universe for the first time. This is singularly important for our sense of well-being. It gives dramatic new meaning to our lives and a sense of responsibility for our jewel of a planet. Without this sense, we probably have no future on Earth. Also, in the event myth becomes science. There was a unique myth-making period, and all surviving cultures required their stories to be faithfully transmitted for millennia. Such was their importance. We look at these enigmatic rock art figures from the remote Kimberley region in Western Australia and see only their strange, haunting and artistic beauty. And it was rather ironic that just a week or so ago, and David Novak was there to see it too. I think they had the Vivid Festival in Sydney, where they project images onto public buildings, and of course the Opera House is the most public building in Sydney. And this was a presentation of Wandjina figures. I mean, they are haunting, and I think they probably evoke some kind of a subconscious connection. But how much more would they mean if people really understood their origin? We need to give more credit to the indigenous people. Now, Evan Camp said one of the unique aspects of the electric universe theory is that it's good storytelling. It answers all three questions. What if? What if the sky was different in the past? What if Saturn was worshipped as the sun? What if there were electrical discharges between planets? Let's catch up here. What if there were electric discharges between planets? Today we have meteorites from Mars. What if Lichtenberg figures explain the scars on Mars and Earth? Show students pictures of cratering on different bodies and ask students to explain them from 2 points of view. The standard model needs different explanations for each. Oops, sorry. That was unexpected. The electric universe, on the other hand, has a single explanation for them all. Then there is the story of the dissidents. If only Birkeland hadn't been ignored, Hans Alfvén had been listened to, Halton Arp's research hadn't been dismissed. A Pixar rule for storytelling, number 16, what are the stakes? Give us reasons to support the character. What happens if they don't succeed? Stack the odds against them. What of the future if this goes on? We continue wasting money and careers looking for things that don't exist. We cripple students by not training them to think. We may have no future on this planet. As Evan Camp says, the power of eliciting engagement is to get people to come to their own conclusions. Thinking is going to be the future of education. So, our electric universe future. Mahatma Gandhi said, there is a force in the universe which, if we permit it, will flow through us and produce miraculous results. The electric universe is an inspiring story that motivates students both conceptually and artistically, and that is what's needed for left and right brain hemisphere development. Education, classical science and the arts, left and right hemispheres. Let's just catch up here. Many principles of the electric universe were foreseen by scholars in the past, Newton, Faraday, etc. A release from existential fear, Velikovsky's The Bonds of the Past, a documentary. There is a collective inability to face the truth that prehistoric mankind faced doomsday. For millennia, science has preached stability and order, but as amnesiacs, we have a compulsion to instinctively repeat the catastrophes of the past, destroying each other and the Earth from the sky with apocalyptic weapons, like the planetary gods of old. This was one of Velikovsky's greatest fears. But we have, on the other hand, the possibility of an unparalleled renaissance with the electric universe, bringing everything together seamlessly. Understanding ourselves and our past can heal the wounds and provide a more universal sense of connection and purpose. Understand the electric force of nature. Power like the sun and gravity. Quantum interactions. All three rely on understanding matter interactions via the instantaneous electric force. Understanding living organisms, the mind-body connection and beyond. Also, understanding the dangers of genetically modified organisms and manufactured food. There is no thought given to the effects, the unintended consequences of fiddling with these things when our basic knowledge is so lacking. And the idea in an electric universe is to live in tune with the Earth and each other. Resonant connection. On the most general level, the electric universe is a new paradigm of universal resonant connection. The arbitrary inertial frames of reference of physics are not equivalent when everything is connected in real time. How and where you are makes a difference to your energy state. For example, the GPS system is supposed to prove relativity theory. It doesn't. The atoms in orbiting clocks have a different energy from identical clocks on Earth, so engineers simply count a different number of ticks to compensate. Time is universal, unchanging and unchangeable. Clocks are not. Think of the relationships between all things connected by the universal electric force, and consider that the electric force must act instantly, otherwise no information transfer is possible between resonant tuned systems. Spacecraft using slow speed of light transmissions require constant retuning of receivers on Earth to compensate for their motion. Obviously, living systems could not function if moving parts of the body lost contact with the brain. Acknowledging this simple fact will explain quantum weirdness and open up science, particularly biology, to amazing possibilities that are presently forbidden. And understanding gravity and magnetism as balancing electric forces will change forever our view of the heavens and the Earth under our feet. As the morphic resonance experiments of the biologist Rupert Sheldrake have shown, the things that are learnt by one organism are immediately available to others like them. Anywhere on Earth, the universe learns. Resonance between molecular tuning forks allows instant information transfer, the mind-body connection, and beyond. Life is structured water. This was said to me by Gerald Pollack. The experiments, or his experiments, show the structure of electrically polarized water molecules gives rise to water's amazing properties. It allows information to be stored and transferred within a living cell, the memory mechanism of homeopathy. It suggests that the electrically polarizable ether particles may also participate in information storage as well as transmission. The electric universe resonant electrical model of matter and the all-pervasive neutrino ether suggests that resonance and structure within structure can store unlimited information and transfer it instantly. There is more to life than meets the eye. We have always known that instinctively. The electric universe suggests that the information needed for life, forget the gene, that's just the factory floor, is universal, so life can take hold wherever conditions arise that allow it. We see evidence for that in the great changes immediately following catastrophic mass extinctions on Earth. We see it in organisms living in anoxic conditions over volcanic vents on the ocean floor and at great depths in rocks. Just as gravity cannot be shielded, since all matter participates in force transfer, so it is with this universal information bank. There are no islands in space. We are earthlings in the complete resonant connection sense, in a meaningful electrical universe. The fact that we exist suggests a purposeful universe. Our lives have purpose. We don't manifest as a blank slate. So children should be observed and supported in their individual passions, not suppressed and moulded to our desires for them. We are born with a purpose, but many need help to discover that purpose. In answering the question, why are we so unhappy, Ian McGilchrist says, true happiness is based on connections with others and a sense of purpose beyond the immediate. True happiness is one aim of this conference. The new panorama of an amazing shared history and kinship must change the world. In the search for meaning, the electric universe paradigm can, as Ian McGilchrist says, change the world. Elegance, harmony and simplicity of concepts are the electric universe guiding principles. Thank you.
Velikovsky coming. Okay, got that one out of the way. Trying to find the other one. Always having a hard time these days. Sorry for the delay. Be right up. I think I know where it is. I saw it hiding out in a playlist. So I have to go hunting. But I'll be back before the song ends. Come on, where is it? You dirty bugger, you. Okay, create playlist. I should be able to find it here. Why isn't the music playing? What happened? I don't know. Every now and then it goes a little crazy. Everything goes a little crazy. The submariners called them Crazy Ivans. Now, for some reason, I've got sound going here, but no sound coming out. That is not good. Let's go to the video. I guess you're not going to get any musical entertainment. I have to find the playlist. I think it's in one of the 15 on it. You can look with me. Turn that off. Okay. All right. Now, there you are. And here are my playlists. So we're looking here. New live stream show ideas. New live stream. Here, right here. It's got to be in this one. If it's, I don't understand. All of a sudden, I don't have any sounds anymore. I really dread it when that happens. Been happening more than just a little bit lately. I don't understand. That's why I need a new computer so bad. I'm looking. I don't know why it's not showing sound. Come on. Where's the freaking speaker? The horn? This thing is all cocked up. It's all hopped up on dope. I saw it shooting up. Fucking thing. I think it's on dope. Okay. So that is hooked up, but there's no sound. Nope. How about if we renew it? What if we renew it? We're having all kinds of problems today. It's one of them days, but you know, I just keep smiling. We got it made. Alright. That's not good. Okay, Charlie. The sound isn't working now. We're in deep shit. Okay, hold on here. I got one more thing to do here. Oh, come on, man. I just had the son of a bitch. Okay, here it is, right here. Alright, now. This one. It's just a test.
Form unity in the heavens and the earth.
Alright. Cosmogony. This world came into existence out of a chaos of fluid driven by a divine blast. This is the epic beginning of the book of Genesis. The earth was chaotic and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and God's wind moved upon the face of the fluid. From this primeval matter, in a process of subsequent creations, was born the home. Already before the birth of our earth, worlds were shaped and brought into existence, only to be destroyed in the course of time. Nor is this world inhabited by man, the first of things earthly created by God. He made several worlds before ours, but he destroyed them all. The earth underwent reshaping, 6 consecutive remoldings. Heaven and earth were changed in every catastrophe. 6 times the earth was rebuilt, without extirpation of life, but with major catastrophe. 6 ages have passed into the great beyond. This is the 7th creation, the time in which we live. According to another tradition, several heavens were created. 7, in fact. Also, 7 earths were created, the most removed being the 7th, Erez, followed by the 6th, Adama, the 5th, Arka, the 4th, Haraba, the 3rd, Yabasha, the 2nd, Tebel, and our own land called Helit. And like the others, it is separated from the foregoing by abyss, chaos, and waters. The description permits an interpretation that all the 7 earths exist simultaneously, but a deeper insight will allow us to recognize that the original idea did not admit 7 concurrent but separate firmaments and worlds in space, but only consecutive in time, and built one out of another. The 7 heavens form a unity. The 7 kinds of earth form a unity. And the heavens and the earth together also form a unity. The Hebrew cosmogony, in its true sense, is a conception of worlds built and reshaped with the purpose of bringing creation closer to perfection. The separation of one world from another by abyss and chaos evidently refers to the cataclysms that separated the ages. References: Ginsberg, Legends of the Jews, Philadelphia 1925, Volume 1, 2 and 3. And the notion of a succession of worlds created and destroyed is common to many nations of antiquity.
Vicentius
Sangamano, quoted by F. Buchanan on the religion and literature of the Burmas, Asiatic Researches 6, page 174. The universe is called by the Burmas Lagha, which signifies successive destruction and reproduction. The Burma writings do not conceive of one world, but of an infinite number, one constantly succeeding another, so that when one is destroyed, another of the same form and structure arises. Planet ages. The ages of the past between the successive catastrophes are called in many diverse sources sun ages. I have tried to show why this designation is meaningful. The ancients also maintained that the successive ages were initiated by planets: Moon, Saturn, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Mars. Therefore, the sun ages could also have been called the planet ages. Hesiod ascribed the Golden Age to the time when the planet Saturn was ruling, and the Silver and Iron Ages to the time of the planet Jupiter. The same concept is found in Virgil, who says that before Jove's day, i.e., in the Golden Age when Saturn reigned, no tillers subdued the land. Even to mark the field or divide it with bounds was unlawful. The idea that the Earth was under the sway of different planets at different ages is also the teaching of the Pythagoreans, the Magi,
Gnostic sects, and other secret societies. In numerous astrological texts, the same concept is repeated, that 7 millennia were dominated by 7 planets, one after the other. The worshippers of the devil, the Syrian sect of the Yazidis, believed that 7,000 years had passed since the deluge. At the end of every millennium, one of the 7 planet gods descends on the earth, establishes a new order and new laws, and then retreats to his place. An identical tradition is found in the writings of Julius Africanus, the ages of ancestors, passed under the government of the planets, each in its turn. Also, according to the Ethiopian text of the first book of Enoch, the 7 world ages were each dominated by one planet. The Gnostic sect of the Mandeans taught in its holy book, Rabbi, that the history of mankind is composed of 7 epochs, that these epochs were terminated by catastrophes, and that one of the planets ruled in each epoch. The length of the ages in the Rabbi is made very long, but the concept is nevertheless common to many ancient creeds. References. Deification of the planets. The sun and the moon are 2 great luminaries, and it is easily understandable that the imagination of the peoples should be preoccupied with them and should ascribe to them mythological deeds. Yet the ancient mythologies of the Chaldeans, the Greeks, the Romans, the Hindus, the Mayans, preoccupy themselves not with the sun or the moon, but prima facie with the planets. Marduk, the great god of the Babylonians, was the planet Jupiter. So was Ammon of the Egyptians, Zeus of the Greeks, and Jupiter of the Romans. It was much superior to Shamash, Helios, the sun. Why was it revered by all peoples? Why was the planet Mars chosen to be the personification of the god of war? Why did Kronos of the Greeks, Saturn of the Romans, play a part in hundreds of myths and legends? Thoth of the Egyptians, Nebo and Nergal of the Babylonians, Mithra and Mazda of the Persians, Vishnu and Shiva of the Hindus, Batsipalazzi and Quetzalcoatl of the Mexicans were a personification of planets. Innumerable hymns were dedicated to them, and adventures and exploits ascribed to them. The life of our planet has its real source in the sun, wrote E. Renan. All force is a transformation of the sun. Before religion had gone so far as to proclaim that God must be placed in the absolute and the ideal, that is to say, outside of the world. One cult only was reasonable and scientific, and that was the cult of the sun. But the sun was subordinate to the planets, even though they are not conspicuous, poor sources of light, and no sources of warmth. The night sky illuminated by stars is majestic. The geometrical figures of the constellations such as Pleiades, Orion, the Great Bear, rolling from east in the evening to west before morning, our favorite motifs in poetry, no less than the sun and the moon. But the discrepancy in the choice of motifs by the ancients becomes still more obvious. The constellations of the sky took only a minor and incidental part in the mythology of the ancient peoples. The planets were the major gods, and they rule the universe. It is not easy to understand the idea, which was the basis for the identification of the Babylonian gods with the planets, writes an author. But the same process of identification of major gods with the planets can be found in the religions of the peoples in all parts of the world. The planets were not affiliated to the gods or symbols of the gods. They were the gods. In prayers and liturgies, they were invoked as gods. The greater gods, even when addressed by the name in prayer, were regarded as astral powers. This or that planet is selected according to the text of the prayer from the multitude of the stars of heaven to receive a gift. The planetary gods are much the most powerful of all. Their positions in the sky, their reciprocal relations, have a decisive influence on all physical and moral phenomena of the world. The great majority of us moderns pay no attention to these points in the night sky, and probably not 1 in 10 or even in 100 is able to point to Jupiter or Mars in the firmament. The planets change their places, but not conspicuously. Were they indebted for their deification to this slow movement by which they differ from the fixed stars? Did Zeus, Jupiter, Marduk, Ammon become the supreme deity, the thunderer and dreadful lord of the universe, only because of his slow movement? He passes in 12 years the cycle of the zodiac, traversed by the sun in 24 hours, and by the moon even quicker. When seen with the naked eye, the planet Jupiter distinguishes itself from the fixed stars of first magnitude only by this slow change of position. Augustine, confused by the problem of the deification of the planets, wrote in the 4th century, "But possibly these stars which have been called by their names are these gods. They call a certain star Mercury, and likewise a certain other star Mars. But among those stars which are called by the name of gods is that one which they call Jupiter, and yet with them Jupiter is the world. There also is that one they call Saturn, and yet they give him no small property beside, namely all seeds. Mercury, the closest to the sun, is barely visible, being hidden in the sun's rays. But the ancients made the planet Mercury into a great god, Hermes, or Nebo. Why was it feared and worshipped? What is there generally in the planets to inspire awe, so as to influence people to build temples for them, to sing liturgies, to bring sacrifices, to narrate legends, and to dedicate to them the domain of science, of war, of agriculture? The key to this problem, which is the major problem of all classical mythology, is already in our hands. The planet Venus was deified because of its dramatic appearance and because of the havoc it brought to the world, as described in Worlds in Collision. I illuminated also the events which made Mars a feared god. Divine qualities were ascribed to the other planets because of the catastrophes they wrought in earlier ages. In the Persian holy books, it is said that on the planets depends the existence or non-existence of the world. Wherefore are they especially to be venerated? The 7 planets rule the universe, says a Nabatean inscription. The Greeks and Romans believed that everything is in fact subject to the changes brought about by the revolutions of the stars. The celestial orbs, by their combined movements, are the authors of all that was and is to come. According to ancient Hebrew traditions, there are 7 archangels, each of whom is associated with a planet. The 7 archangels were believed to play an important part in the universal order through their associations with the planets. The reason for the deification of the planets lay in the fact that the planets, only a short time ago, were not faultlessly circling celestial bodies, nor were they harmless. This is also expressed in a Mandean text. How cruel are the planets to stay there and conspire evil in their rage. The planets conspire in rage against us. References. These identifications are discussed below, Part 4, Jupiter of the Thunderbolt. That's the chapter I'm about to get into. I've been reading in the beginning. For ancient planetary worship among the Babylonians, among the Egyptians, 96, L.W. King. I'd like to get a hold of that book. Maybe not, I don't know. The City of God, 1907 by M. Dodds. This was the teaching of Anaxagoras, as reported Diogenes. The deification of the planets is advocated in the Platonic Eponymus 471. The origin of belief among the Greeks in the divinity of the heavenly bodies. Harvard, 1940. Symbolism, astronomy, mystique, Jewish Magic and Superstition, New York, 1939, and Saturn was called the god of seeds, or of sowing, also the lord of field fruits. A deluge destroying much faunal life must have caused a dissemination of plants. In many places, new forms of vegetation must have sprouted from the rich soil fertilized by lava and mud. Seeds were carried from all parts of the globe, and in many instances, because of the change in climate, they were able to grow in new surroundings. The axis of the Earth was displaced. The orbit changed. The speed of rotation altered. The conditions of irrigation became different. The composition of the atmosphere was not the same. Entirely new conditions of growth prevailed. Ovid thus describes the exuberant growth of vegetation following the flood. After the old moisture remaining from the flood had grown warm from the rays of the sun, the slime of the wet marshes swelled with heat, and the fertile seeds of life nourished in that life-giving soil, as in a mother's womb grew, and in time took on some special form. When, therefore, the earth covered with mud from the recent flood became heated up by the hot and genial rays of the sun, she brought forth innumerable forms of life, in part of ancient shapes, and in part creatures new and strange. The innumerable new forms of life in the animal and plant kingdoms following the deluge could have been solely a result of multiple mutations. Although this seems a sufficient explanation of why and how Saturn came to be credited with the work of dissemination and mutation, the mention of another possibly should not be omitted. If it is true that the Earth passed through the gases exploded from Saturn, it should not be entirely excluded that germs were carried together with meteorites and gases and thus reached the Earth. The scholarly world in recent years has occupied itself with the idea that microorganisms, living cells or spores, can reach the Earth from interstellar spaces, carried along by the pressure of light rays. The explosion of a planet is a more likely method of carrying seeds and spores through interplanetary spaces. The new forms of life could be the result of mutations, a subject I have discussed in Earth and Abuse, but the possibility that seeds were carried away from an exploding planet cannot be dismissed either. Saturn was credited with the introduction of agriculture in Italy. In Greece, Kronos was closely associated with the harvest of grain. Among the Egyptians, it was said that Osiris is seed. In Babylonia, during the festival marking the drowning of Tammuz, grains and plants were thrown upon the waves. The effects of nearby supernovae on the biospheres have been the object of intensive study by a geologist in recent years. In an attempt to account for abrupt changes in the history of life on this planet, C.D. Russell and W. Tucker, Supernova and the Extinction of the Dinosaurs, Nature, February 19, 1971. Sudden extinctions were followed by the appearance of new species, quite different from those preceding them in the stratigraphic record. In a relatively brief interval, whole genera were annihilated, giving way to new creatures of radically different aspect, having little in common with the forms they replaced. N.D. Newell, Revolution in the History of Life, Geological Society of America, Special Papers. Punctuated equilibria, the tempo and mode of evolution reconsidered, 1977. Thus, over the past 2 to 3 decades, many geologists and paleontologists have found themselves increasingly drawn to the view that the observed abrupt changes in the biosphere, such as that which marked the end of the Mesozoic and is thought to have brought with it the extinction of the dinosaurs, among other animal groups, could best be explained by the exposure of then living organisms to massive doses of radiation coming from a nearby supernova. The radiation would annihilate many species, especially those whose representatives, whether because of their large size or for other reasons, were unable to shield themselves from the powerful rays. At the same time, new organisms would be created through mutations and macroevolution. See Velikovsky's comments in The Pitfalls of Radiocarbon Dating. In the catastrophe of the deluge, which I ascribe to Saturn exploding as a nova, the cosmic rays must have been very abundant to cause massive mutations among all species of life. Animals would suffer much more severely than plants. On plants, the principal effective would be mutagenic. See K.D. Terry and W.H. Tucker, Biologic Effects of Supernovae, 1968. Fred Hoyle, Does Epidemic Disease Come from Outer Space? 17th November, 1977.
Uranus. The 7 planets of the ancients comprise the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The ancients' religions and mythology speak for their knowledge of Uranus. The dynasty of gods had Uranus followed by Saturn, and the latter by Jupiter. In the clear sky of Babylonia, the planet Uranus could have been observed by an unaided eye. But since it was known as a deposed deity, it would seem that at some later time the planet lost much of its brightness. It is quite possible that the planet Uranus is the very planet known by this name to the ancients. The age of Uranus preceded the age of Saturn. It came to an end with the removal of Uranus by Saturn. Saturn is said to have emasculated his father Uranus. Behind this story, there might have been a scene in the sky. In one theory of the origin of the solar system, a side-swiping star tears out from the sun a long filament of gaseous material. Similarly, Saturn may at one time have emasculated Uranus. Saturn was represented by the Romans with a sickle in his hands. Circumcision may have originated as an emulation of the act displayed in the sky, when it appeared that Saturn with a sickle emasculated Uranus. I've never heard that before. The Egyptians, and so also the Hebrews, introduced circumcision, the removal of the foreskin being pars per toto, or instead of castration. It is not unthinkable that sometime before the age, the record of ancient civilization reaches Uranus, together with Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter, formed a quadruple system that was captured by the Sun, and from which the planets of the solar system had their origin. But here, nothing but the imagination takes over, where tradition based on witnessing does not reach. According to Hesiod, the catastrophe described as the removal of Uranus by Saturn gave birth to Aphrodite. In Worlds in Collision, Aphrodite was identified with the moon. References. Uranus was discovered in 1781 by William Herschel. Its planetary character was not immediately apparent to him. Herschel actually announced the discovery of a comet. 2. Hesiod, Theogony. The similar story of Jupiter emasculating his father Saturn may transfer or borrowing, but may be a reflection in mythology of similar events. 3. Circumcision was a hygienic value. It could have been found out and sanctified by the astral events, having been commanded in the days of Patriarch Abraham, Genesis 17:10. It may reflect the Sanchuniathans' Phoenician history in Eusebius. Kronos was circumcised in his privities and forced his followers to do the same. 4. Velikovsky's identification of Aphrodite with the moon has been disputed by several writers, but in the 4th century AD, Crobius was able to refer to ancient authorities who affirmed that Aphrodite was the moon. Saturnalia 8. Thanks for listening.
I just found this out. Jupiter and Neptune are plotting against Uranus. Be careful. I'll be right there. I gotta find Velikovsky. That's it.
Here's Greg J. Channel. Nothing is monetized. Everything is free. All that we have. So if you get something out of the work and you enjoy the show, please, I would be most grateful if you'd reach up and smash that donate button on the homepage. It would mean more to me than words can say. I was going to read comments, but I'm going to save that for the live stream. So I'll be seeing you later. Or I hope to, at least. All right, take care. I'll see you on down the road, not too far.
I found it.
Of rhinoceroses, myriads of. I'm happy to be here and to see so many young faces. I am asked in 45 minutes to present my theory. Dr. Ingers presented it in shorter time. I nevertheless believe that I am in the position of that Gentile who came to Rabbi Hillel, an early rabbinic authority, and asked him to teach the wisdom of Judaism in the time that the man, this worship of pagan religion, was able to stand on one leg. And when he came first to Rabbi Shammai, he was a stern, severe man. He drove him out of the premises. But Rabbi Hillel, who was a kind spirit, he told him in one sentence what he's all about: love thy neighbor as yourself. And the story tells us that the Gentile was converted. I do not trust to convert you, but I hope to leave here some seeds, some ferment of thought, of skepticism, of new look at the universe and what is in it. In this short period of time that I have before me, there will be a question and answer period later. I will have to tackle so many fields of science, as many as my work ramified to. My beginning was with the Old Testament. Here where I started. Maybe the years that I spent on psychoanalysis were not lost. I was surprised to see things so obvious. As sometimes in my room, my office room, when I heard the story of a patient, and so obvious was this, the situation, and the man was blind to it. And here is the Old Testament, and here is the story of some events related to the time of the Exodus, and it is in the book of the Exodus and of Numbers, and you find it in the prophets and in Psalms. Actually, the entire Bible, Old Testament, turns around this crucial point in the history of that nation. But the event that the story describes, whether it is in Psalms, whether it is in the story of the plagues, it is not usual events. And these were not miracles seen just by a couple of people. These were events that have been seen by the entire nation. More than this, the population of Egypt was involved, and if we think a little more, these events could not have been even limited to the land of Egypt. How, for example, the story of described in the book of Joshua, with the sun and moon disrupted in their motion. This could not be a vision just above the valley of Ajalon. it must have been seen all around the world. Wherever the day was still, and there where there was night, the night must have been more prolonged. And this is what we find. We make a travel, imaginary travel, from book to book, which means from land to land. And we read that the Mexicans and the Babylonians and the Persians and the Chinese, in all places of the world, the very events were observed, experienced, and they were certainly not events of, well, indifferent nature. I wondered, Joshua, in the book of Joshua, quoting from the book of Joshua, described this event in the sky, and stones were falling down just 2 verses before described, stones from the sky. Joshua could not know, could he, the connection between the rotation of the earth and entering the earth into a cloud of meteorites? Could the Indians on this continent know the connection between the sun appearing over the horizon, eastern horizon, dropping down, again appearing, dropping down, and all the continent, this continent bursting in flames? How could they know the connection? So they could not invent the stories. Something must have happened. The same in China. And at the same time, the tide, the earth is wrapped in rotation, so something must have happened to movable parts of it, to atmosphere and to water. So we hear or we read about seas that rose in gigantic tides that moved, and the ocean was torn apart. Talmud says that not just the Sea of Passage, all the seas of the world were torn apart. Thus, as you see, we read with different eyes, with different mind, the Old Testament. Because otherwise it's really not understandable. What were these prophets talking about? What is the story about mountains that skip like rams or lambs and hills? And do you understand what does it mean that nothing was on the outside, was a day like today, and the prophets talked to you about mountain melting like wax, sea erupting? If nothing of the kind happened. All the time spoken about earth trembling, and some apparitions in the sky, and coals falling down, and some dust falling down, and stones, dust that make the entire river and sea turning red. Oh, if these things really happened, there must be not only in biblical source, but also in Egyptian sources in the first place, a detailed record. I looked for it, I found it. Eyewitness describes the catastrophe, the very same plagues. Strange was to me that the translator of the papyrus, now in Holland, in the Museum of the University of Leiden, and there since more than 100 years, papyrus translated in 1909 by Gardner. He did not even feel that the very same verses that he translated in modern English, he could read in the story of the plagues in King James Version. This was also a case of some scotoma. But scotoma was with all of us. How is it that a book that was read more than any other book through many centuries, translated in scores of languages, commented upon by many commentators through many generations, that none of them was seeing or reading stone for stone and fire for fire. Even fundamentalists did not imagine that mountain turning over means mountains turning over. But mountains turned over and moved from their places, moved from their roots. Here in America, we know that the Rocky Mountains moved many scores of miles. We know that Alps moved from the North Italy to where is today Switzerland. That Matterhorn was overturned because the younger formations, fossils, are at the bottom and the older are at the top. We will have to limit discussion of each discipline just by a few minutes, and we are already in the field of geology. It was always thought that the mountains were created, or so to say, built in the tertiary, which is back 60 million years, and the closest to us 1 million years ago. But researchers, investigators who went to the Andes and to the Alps and to the Himalayas all returned with the same verdict: unbelievably young. Mountains were dragged up the Himalayas. In time of Neolithic man, even in the time of Bronze man. The lakes, they are tilted, they are ancient shores. And in those lakes you find the vestiges of man, practically historical man. The same in the Andes. A city there built where nothing grows, because it is over 12,000 feet high. No cereal grows, no big city could have existed there, but the terraces, agricultural terraces, go up higher and higher into the permanent snow cover, and don't know how far above 15,000 feet. So this entire antiplanar, at the shores of Titicaca, the largest lake in South America, was moved suddenly up by thousands of feet. And Darwin himself, when he visited Chile, observed undecayed shells over 1,000 feet high at Valparaiso. And he wondered. He wondered also seeing so many bones of animals, many of them that do not exist, many of them of giant form. And he exclaimed in his diary, but the entire globe must have been, the entire frame of the globe must have been shaken in order to destroy so many animals from Terra del Fuego to the Bering Strait. And this phenomenon of annihilation of large masses of animals, sometimes to the very last of his species, is observable on all 5 continents. In Alaska, where gold-digging machines sliced so-called muck, myriads of animals are entombed in that muck, torn limb from limb. North of Siberia, islands are built practically of splintered trees and of bones of animals, not only of mammoths, none of which exist in our days, but also of horses, of buffaloes, of rhinoceroses, myriads of them. How would they come to the north? How would hippopotami invade England? Or maybe from more ancient time, how would it be that corals that do not grow even in Mediterranean were growing in Spitsbergen or on the island of Greenland or along the northern rim of North America? How is it that in those animal hecatombs you find together animals that could not live together, ostriches and crocodiles and polar bear and seal and Arctic fox? And the problem in geology is not only problem of annihilation of species, but also problem of origin of species. Practically question of evolution. How could so many species that populate the earth and many more have populated without leaving a single descendant? How could so many species evolve just by the mere process of competition from the original simple form, practically unicellular form? Just by competition, can you understand how a crocodile and a bird and a worm and a man and an insect with many legs all could come to be? And the very question of fossilization, a problem that was never adequately answered. With Darwin, it is animals are wading in shallow water, dying when wading, being covered by sun before predatory fish would devour their cadavers. And at the same time, in the same breath, Darwin claims that this process is going on only when the earth subsides. And the process is very slow, counted in thousands and tens of thousands of years. So where is the chance for a cadaver to survive in this condition? And have you seen a cat wading in shallow water? So something different, a different process was at action. The sea erupted. Often the sea and land change places. The immutability of contours of continents and seas, a dogma in geology, has no basis in fact. And immediately we are the problem of the climate. There were ancient climates that were very different from what are they today. If those corals grew where they were found, certainly the Earth was not traveling with the same elements of rotation and revolution, which means not on the same orbit, not with the axis directed in the same position as it is today. If you don't believe it, try to cultivate corals on North Pole. It is a problem of change of climate, and close to our time we know that 1500 BC and again in the 8th century BC, climate drastically changed. This was established long before I turned my interest to those problems, especially by Scandinavian authors. Exactly in those two periods of time, about which my first book, Worlds in Collision, speaks in two parts of it. The catastrophes of the day of the Exodus, followed by 50 years by the catastrophe in the day of Joshua, and again another series of catastrophes that happened in the 8th and beginning of the 7th century, in the time of the great prophet Isaiah and Amos and Hosea and Joel. And these are few only questions about geology and climate. And just this week you have the information that oceanographers who went to Mediterranean came with the conclusion that volcanoes, there is an island, volcanic island, Terra or Santorini, north of Crete, erupted with a terrific force. This was known already since quite a while, in 1500 BC. But they came with a new conclusion, and you can read it in this present issue of Time magazine. 50 years later, another similar catastrophe and eruption. But this is what I spoke about in first part of Worlds in Collision, about these two catastrophes. The catastrophe of Joshua that took place 52 years after the catastrophe of the Exodus. And the same period of time we have also the same interval in Mesoamerican sources. Mayas and Aztecs, Toltecs before them. To the question of volcanism in the past. Why was it so much? Of earthquake, we have even in the days of Punic War, in 1 year, something like 50 dispatches arriving in Rome concerning earthquakes. Which means that earthquake is a residue of those events that took place when the earth was twisted out of its position. And that it was twisted out of its position we learn from many fields. One is ocean itself. On the bottom of the ocean there runs a ridge twice around the globe with a deep chasm along it, discovered only 8 or 7 years ago, strangely enough so late. And on the bottom of the ocean we find ash in a level so of the same thickness under the bottom of the Pacific, and according to Morris Ewing, also other oceans, that he had only to make the conclusion that this so-called Wurzel ash was of extraterrestrial origin. And in the clay of the bottom is nickel that could be only coming from immense showers of meteorites. And if we leave the problem of paleontology and geology and ancient climate, and we only had a chance so shortly mention some problems of theory of evolution and of ocean studies and of paleomagnetism, to which I will add one sentence. In ancient rocks and lava we see magnetic field reversed and 1,000 times more intense than Earth could invest in them. Reversed suddenly. And we have in archaeology archives of cuneiform tablets with astronomical observation, very dry observation, mathematically exposed. The exposition is very simple. And you read and you find in these tens of thousands of tablets found in Nineveh, in the palace of Assurbanipal that was destroyed in 612 BC. And these tablets were stored them from time earlier, observation of period before 7th century. All those tablets that are before 7th century are according to the Babylonian scholars entirely wrong. But how could they be wrong? Why should they be wrong if the writing of the tablets was not an easy process? To observe, to impress in clay, to store just wrong figures for no reason at all. And there are tens of thousands of tablets like this in the British Museum alone. There are also manual of astronomy that describes the way of measuring, the way of observation, and there you find that the length of the day and the shortest day and the longest day of the year and the direction of the axis, the polar star, length of the moon, the movement of the planets, everything was different before 700 BC. This is really a field to study and not to neglect or reject, saying that this could not be true and therefore these are imaginary figures. It is not legend that you make it. You are free to follow your imagination. And those Babylonians were very well versed in mathematics, admitted. And in archaeology we find so many other evidence, whether it is in historical texts, whether it is in foundation of the tombs, from the foundation of the temples, whether it is in tombs, we find again and again proofs of those catastrophes and changes in the position of the globe. Now we are approaching the field of astronomy. If the changes took place, apparently not the Earth alone, but many other members of the solar system were involved. In mythology we read about Theomachy, Battle of the Gods. And we wonder about this ancient text. Why, I ask again and again, why the ancient worshipped planetary gods? Jupiter and Mars and Saturn, or Zeus and Aten and Kronos, and others, Mercury, Hermes, all were more important to them. Were greater deities of the sun, life-bearing sun. light-bringing sun. There must be reason for it. There must be reason why temples were built. Do you know the explanation why Zeus was always in the speech of the ancient, why temples were built to it? Are you so impressed also by the planet Jupiter that you would regard it as a chief deity above sun and moon? And they worshipped those planets, those gods in the planets themselves. They were lifting their hands, the Babylonians and the Indians, Hindu, and the Chinese, all of them were lifting their hands to those planets in worshipping them. And human sacrifice were brought to them. And even into recent times, among the American Indians, in the last century still, human sacrifice were brought to the planet Venus. Then we are really before questioning the fundamentals of astronomy too, cosmology and astronomy, because it was accepted that the solar system has no history at all. So it was created, if not 6,000 years ago, then 6 billion years ago. But then for 6 billion years there was no change. Whether it was created or came into being by tidal action of a passing star, which would be catastrophic, as the tidal theory wishes, or in growing out of a nebula theory that goes back to Kant and Laplace. But since creation there was no change. But if what I am telling you is true, then there were changes, and many, and very recently too. Therefore I claim that moon must be still hot under its surface. That lunar craters that anyway were explained in a catastrophic way, whether by large meteorites falling on moon when it was still in viscous state, or by the process of volcanism. But it could be also by electrical discharges. It could be also by bubbling activity. And actually, since I wrote this, over 300 unburst bubbles, the cold domes, were detected on moon. And it was found that the moon is hot. Even not all of its lights come from the sun. Over 100 places were delineated that are glowingly warm, hot, and emit light. And gases are coming out of several of craters. And experiments with electrical discharge were made and repeated some of the forms of these circular formations. And Mars had participated in those events. Was found moon-like. There is no place there for any intelligent beings, as was thought when these so-called canali were seen first, the second part of the last century. And so it was found in that planet. And Venus must be hot if the history of the solar system is not a history of no change for billions of years. And Venus was found hot. not room temperature, it was thought, until 1959. In 1961, it was detected with radio means that it is something like 600 Fahrenheit. And Mariner 2 was sent out to find out true or not true. It was found that even more, it is full 800. And if it is true that Venus was a body that escaped, erupted from Jupiter, as the ancients saw and described, and Jupiter is almost 400 times as massive as Venus, then it must be covered, I claimed, by a thick envelope of hydrocarbons, which is petroleum-like products, polymerized hydrocarbons. And so it is. 45 miles above the planet, 15 miles thick, is this envelope of hydrocarbons. Dust and gas. So the Earth and the Moon and Mars and Venus clearly were involved in some disturbances, and recently so. But if this is so, then I put before me also a question. How could the thing happen if the laws of celestial mechanics are true? I figured out at unusual coincidence of situations it could have happened. A body in a long ellipse being retarded, meeting some obstacle, would change to a shorter ellipse and then to a circle, which could have happened to Venus. And by the way, one of the leading cosmologists of our time, Littleton, came out in 1959, 1960 with a claim that Venus erupted from Jupiter, or at least from another giant planet, but most probably from Jupiter, on the basis of his calculation, not trying to prove me right. However, he put the time much more into the past. But then if there were events of this character, discharges between planets and so on, I put one of the most outrageous claims before the scientific readers, that in the solar system and the universe generally, not just gravitation and inertia are the two forces at action, but that also electricity and magnetism are participating in the mechanism. So the Lord was not just a watchmaker. The universe is not free of those forces with which the man makes his life easy already more than 100 years. They were unknown practically, or little known, in the time of Newton, in the second half of the 17th century. But today we know that electricity and magnetism, these are not just small phenomena that we can repeat as a kind of a little trick in a lab, that they permeate every field from neurology into botany and chemistry. And astronomy should not be free. But astronomers kept to that point. High tension, as if there is written such a sign in the sky. Don't touch the subject. And it was admitted by authorities that this was the most outrageous point in my claims. But the vengeance came early and swiftly. In 1960, already in 1955, radio noises from Jupiter were detected. And this was one of the crucial tests that I offered for the truth of my theory. In 1958, the magnetosphere was discovered around the Earth, another claim. In 1960, interplanetary magnetic field was discovered, and solar plasma, so-called solar wind, moving rapidly along the magnetic lines. And then was discovered that the magnetic field of the Earth reaches the moon. So, by today, it is the situation reversed. If I would come today in an astronomical assembly and remind those assembled there that only 10 years ago and less, they were, from the first to the last, completely opposed to any introduction of electrical magnetic forces as interrelations between the bodies in the universe, or even more so in the solar system. Today the memory is so sure that the people would start trying to remember, was it really so? But my opponents put it on record. I had a debate with the Royal Astronomer of England on pages of an English magazine, in Harper's with one of the astronomers of Princeton University, and so many articles were written against my first book that this is today on record. Now, in the few remaining minutes, I would like only to touch the subject with which I started. Actually, I told you already that the ancient religion, for some reason, and now you can guess what reason was, were started as astral religions. But I started as a psychologist, psychiatrist, and here before me a phenomenon. The things were seen. They were described not just in one verse of the Old Testament, opened by chance. Any prophet paged through the Psalms and see how many times. Actually, I was surprised to get recently from one of my readers an index to biblical quotations. There were over 230 of them in my first book, referring to those great upheavals, which certainly could not have been local, must have been global, must have been observed by every survivor. Then if these things were described so many times, not only in Old Testament, but in every ancient book, ancient sacred book, whether it is Vedas or Mexican inscription, you go to Guatemala, you go to Mexico, you see all the temples, all the figures are Quetzalcoatl, which is planet Venus, Huitzilopochtli, which is Mars, snow. The description, the story about the bitumen stuff falling from the sky, about all the mountains changing places, rising new, erupting. So many times they said in Mexican sources alone. Actually, they speak nothing else but about this. and then you read it, you stop at the motel, you find the Bible, you read it, and you don't see the most impressive things. Practically, it's the issue, that theme of the book. Then, for a psychiatrist, this is a phenomenon of scotoma. And this is an important issue. Because if the mankind actually, is suffering of scotoma and also of collective amnesia, and you can follow through the ancient literature and see how this amnesia overwhelms, how still somebody like Lucretius remembers, and his contemporary friend Cicero denies already, how the books of the New Testament and Revelation and Sibylline books, and before them the books of Stoia, repeatedly speak about phenomena which are today classified as vision of the last day. But the Stoia spoke about the catastrophe when the world was all aflame. And so actually the evidence comes from all places. And psychologists wonder, when the evidence is from astronomy and from ancient sources, with the astronomical minutes of the Babylonians, or legends, or sacred texts, or philosophical systems, whether from geology, from ocean, from the planetary system, then you wonder what this forgetfulness signifies for us. We are in a state of a victim of amnesia. Humankind is a victim of amnesia. And a victim of amnesia does not act responsibly. He acts irrationally. His technological progress outstripped his understanding of his milieu and of events in which his ancestors lived or succumbed. And it is a dangerous situation when a victim of amnesia plays with thermonuclear war weapons. He enters into conflicts for which there is no reason. And in many of our actions, even as single individuals, we are sharing in that course of amnesia, of not wishing to know, of preferring to forget. Of opposing to a book that said nothing more than was said already and told so many times in thousands of ancient sources. The very violence in opposition to that revelation is rooted exactly in this desire not to know. And this I feel my obligation. I'm going to campuses, speaking to the young, to tell them what you are taught is not complete. I put before you today 100 questions. I could not put more questions in the short period of time at my disposal. But one question is above all. The humankind is safe, reasonably safe, from a new destruction from above. The system came to peace, as in the Hebrew prayer, the Lord who made peace in the heaven should keep us in peace. But the danger is in the man himself. As one of my correspondents wrote to me, is not this thermonuclear weapon itself a symbol for that destructive celestial body that exploded in the face of the earth, and the man likes to play and repeat that performance as a child, not knowing what he is doing. By now, my time is over, and you ask me questions. I will try to answer at the best of my ability, and thank you.
Should have given him a Nobel Peace Prize. Well, that was pretty amazing. Okay. I have to move on to the last segment of the show.
The second astronomer who criticized Velikovsky's electromagnetic concept in the early part of the Velikovsky affair.
Stay with me! You find yourself alone!
Hold on a second here. I have to find something. Everything is in such disarray. It's the lag that's killing me. Okay, this won't take long. I have another Wal Thornhill. I'm gonna make sure I get all of those. Be right back. I mean, what is my slideshow is the worst slideshow on planet Earth. It just shows one picture. It's supposed to show them all. I don't understand why it doesn't work. And the ones you get are just silly. You gotta get long ones. I'm not paying $50 for a slideshow. Okay, let's get rid of this. Maybe it'll help. Alright. And I'll just find that real quick here.
An excellent interview.
I would be committing blasphemy if I
good to have you with us today. My name is Henrik Palmgren, and I hope that you are comfortable when and wherever you are in the world and ready for some eye-opening, mind-expanding and revealing radio as we are going to go into the electric universe with our guest Wal Thornhill today, who joins us from Australia. I hope that you're familiar with his work. If not, this will be a good opportunity for you to learn about some of his work and research. He has been working close with David Talbot over at Thunderbolts.info, and he's one of the voices in the excellent Thunderbolts of the Gods DVD. He is also the author of the book The Electric Universe. We here at Red Ice have been following the electric universe theory with great interest over the years, and Wal, together with David, have been doing some really fascinating work and discoveries over the years. And as you might remember, if you have been with us here for a while on Red Ice Radio, we've had both Donald Scott and also Rens van der Sluis with us on the program before, who also are associated with Thunderbolts.info. Wal's own personal website is hollowscience.com. That's the place to go to find out more about him and his material and his book, of course. But also do take a look at Thunderbolts.info to see a lot of Wal's contributions there. So with that, welcome to Red Ice Radio, Wallace. It's great to have you with us, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks very much, Hendrik. It's a pleasure to be here.
Excellent. So much that I want to talk with you about, and I'm very excited to have you on the program with us. But maybe first, as a way of introducing you to our listeners a little bit, maybe you can tell us a little bit about your background first, and in terms of when you first got involved in researching the electric universe.
To go away.
Okay, I'm an Australian, and I was born in Melbourne, in Victoria. And I went to university at Melbourne University and did physics and electronics. But in some respects, I was almost self-taught in electronics because while I was at university, I was fixing television sets as a means of raising a bit of cash. Before I went to university, I had read a book which I think could be said to be something that changed my life, and that was Immanuel Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision. And I was very surprised when I got to the university to find disinterest and even hostility towards his ideas, which were that the solar system has a recent history. When I say recent, I mean in prehistory, but remembered by modern humans. And I began a research year with an upper atmosphere group, but halfway through that year I decided that academia was no place for me because I wouldn't get any answers to the questions that I had, and I'd have to research them on my own. So I joined the computing industry and spent my career with IBM and with the Australian government. In part of that work with the government, I got to travel a lot overseas, and I was involved with the Society for Interdisciplinary Studies in England, and was on their committee when I was posted to London for several years. When I got back home, I got in touch with David Talbot, whom I'd actually met in 1974 at the International Conference on Velikovsky's work in Canada. Mm. At the time, neither of us knew precisely what the other one was up to. But in 1994, exactly 20 years later, I rang him to see if he had a copy of his book called The Saturn Myth, which dealt with a reconstruction of something that came out of a story that was not published at the time by Velikovsky about the memory of the planet Saturn as a sun, which is quite an odd concept. Mm-hmm. David said to me that he didn't have any copies of the book to sell, and he had no plans to republish it because he'd advanced so far beyond that it wasn't worth republishing. But he said that he was having an international conference in Portland, Oregon, and asked me if I had something to contribute. Well, as it happened, I certainly did. So I attended that conference, and I found what David was working on at that time. And I said to him that we should collaborate because what you've shown me are electrical effects in space. And from that point, our collaboration grew, and I spent some time in the US speaking at various conferences over there. The Thunderbolts group was set up. We began publishing books and DVDs and films and so on. And the result of all this has culminated in what you now see on the websites.
Excellent. It's a fascinating study also to see how Thunderbolts have grew and how a lot of additions have come to it throughout the years. And
Yes.
were you also interested in terms of the ancient, if we can call it that, then the ancient structure of the solar system in terms of Velikovsky, and also what David Talbot then brought out, that you, if I put it this way, do you go in line with the catastrophe theory in that regard, that something happened in our solar system in past as well?
Yes, while I was at university, I spent a lot of time in the anthropology shelves at the university library, and I discovered that the evidence that Velikovsky had amassed for something strange going on in the solar system was, it just leapt off the page. It didn't matter what I read, whether it was referenced by Velikovsky or not. The picture was quite clear that something had happened. Consequently, I decided that I needed to find out what it was that we didn't know about gravity, about what controls the planets and their motions around the sun, because it was evident from what Velikovsky said that electricity played some role, but we don't see that happening today. And in fact, I was lucky enough to be able to take advantage of a trip to Washington, D.C. to ring Velikovsky at his home in Princeton, New Jersey, and he very kindly gave me an invitation to visit him along with my family who were with me at the time. And so I got to talk to him about this question, because really the astronomers had dismissed his views out of hand because they said that it didn't meet Newton's laws of the dynamics of the solar system. And so I said to Velikovsky, what is it we don't understand about gravity? And he gave me a slim volume, which he was not keen to have republished, which talked about the cosmos without gravitation. And he was of the view that gravity itself was a weak electrical force. I took that idea away with me, and a few years later, I came across a small advertisement in the Scientific American. It was in 1981. And it was called the Journal of Classical Physics. And that interested me greatly because I felt that we needed to return to the common sense of classical physics and find out where we'd more or less left the rails, so to speak, in modern physics. And that gave me the clues. I wrote to the editor of that small journal, and we corresponded and visited each other. And from that grew the idea of the electrical nature of matter and how the gravitational force could actually be explained. Out of that, it took many years, though, to get over the idea that Einstein had in some way explained what gravity was. He hadn't. All he'd given was a mathematical expression which works but doesn't explain anything. And so I was looking for a simple explanation, and I think I've found the essence of it, and it does explain how the planetary system could have been quite chaotic and yet achieve a stability which makes it look as though it's been wound up like clockwork.
Well, it's a fascinating theory, and we're definitely going to get more into it here as we go along. Maybe you can give us a brief outline of the theory of the electric universe, if we have some listeners out there that might not be familiar with this idea yet. Well,
it's pretty confronting. The first thing we say is that we do not understand the sun, and that the idea that it's a thermonuclear energy source is incorrect. And in fact, it works in much the same way as scientists on Earth have tried to recreate the energy of the sun by fusion experiments, where they pour a huge amount of electrical energy into this system to try and get a little bit of thermonuclear energy out. Well, stars do the same thing. They accept a huge amount of electrical energy from their environment, from the galaxy, and the result is a small amount of nuclear reactions and the creation or the generation of heavier elements, which we see in the solar spectrum. There was an engineer who was associated with Velikovsky and whom I consider to be a brilliant fellow, but unknown. And he pointed out that all of the obvious features of the sun have no place being there if you just use the thermonuclear theory in an effort to explain them. He said, if you look at it dispassionately, all of the features of the sun can be explained in terms of a gas discharge. And from this simple basis, he was able to describe all the features we see on the sun, the granulation, the spicules, the hot corona, and so on. The first thing we have to get around is the idea that stars are not thermonuclear bombs, somehow controlled and contained so that they don't explode. This also raises the issue then, okay, if the sun is powered electrically, where does it get its power from? If the galaxy has electric currents flowing in it, where do they flow and how are they generated? And the answer to that is that the radio astronomers have been able to map these current flows by the signals they give out in the radio spectrum. And they find that galaxies are strung like Catherine wheels on these huge intergalactic filaments. And so it seems that electric power from beyond the galaxy actually forms galaxies and stars themselves. And this raises all sorts of other questions about the Big Bang Theory and origins and so on. And what we can say is that we don't know enough yet to be able to even ask the right questions about origins. Our ignorance is so profound, since we've got so much wrong, that we have to start all over again. What we can say from observations is that the universe is of unknown age and of unknown extent.
So it's not, what is it now that they're up to 16 billion years or something like that? They throw out a number, but you'd refute that?
Well, all we can say is that there have been all sorts of anomalies with these pronouncements, like finding stars that appear to be older than the universe, and so on. It really is presumptuous of us to think that we can talk about origins, creation of the universe, and particularly when certain evidence is overlooked. Some of that evidence shows that redshift is not a measure of velocity of recession. Most of it isn't anyway. That redshift is actually associated with the age of an object. So that these quasars, as they call them, which are supposed to be at the ends of the universe and extremely bright, are actually quite close. They're associated with nearby galaxies, and they're faint because they are newly born. And there's a kind of a biological aspect to the electric universe, because the empirical evidence shows that galaxies, active galaxies, give birth to quasars, which then evolve into companion galaxies. And the evidence for this is, well, in my opinion, it's overwhelming. But when you see things through the conventional lens, you have to introduce things like dark matter and dark energy,
yes,
and the expanding universe, all of these really nonsensical ideas, in order just to patch up the theory so that it appears to work. The electric universe doesn't require any patching. It just works on what we see, and it applies really just electrical engineering theory to the universe. And the best thing about that is that it works.
Would you also say that because I remember when we had Rens van der Sluis with us to talk about what he called plasma mythology, when he talked about plasma, he said that it was also scalable, meaning that you can actually replicate this in a miniature version, a microcosm level of this as well, so to speak. So in a way, I guess what you're saying as well is that we can do experiments here on Earth in vacuum tubes and things like this to replicate what actually is going on the macrocosm level. Is that correct?
That's precisely right. Hans Alfvén, the Nobel Prize winner in plasma physics, pointed out that plasma effects are scalable over at least 14 orders of magnitude and probably more. And that's sufficient to take you from the lab-sized experiment to the size of galaxies and beyond.
Well, it's really fascinating. I do want to talk a little bit about here as well in terms of some of the suppressed science, and obviously you brought up Immanuel Velikovsky. You mentioned Hannes Alfvén as well. This is a Swedish electrical engineer who studied plasma physics. You have a great paragraph on your website that says, if I have an underlying purpose, it's you who's writing this, in my life, it has been to watch for intellectual explorers who have been marginalized by their peers. They are often those who have the audacity to use their imagination, uncommon sense, and courage to challenge the paradigm paralysis institutionalized in Western science. And maybe we can talk a little bit more about some of those names. I mean, Hannes Alfvén, as I mentioned, okay, he got a Nobel Peace Prize, I think, but that was for something else, not in terms of plasma physics directly. And then we have names like Michael Faraday, Haltern Arp that you mentioned before our recording, William Herschel, and again then Immanuel Velikovsky. But why do you think that these fellers' work have been so vehemently suppressed throughout the years?
I don't know. It's an interesting topic, the sociology of science, and I have a file which it couldn't jump over on that very topic. I'm sure many books could be written about it. The thing is that we should maintain some kind of common sense attitude towards scientists and realise that they are driven by the same kinds of human triggers as everyone else, and their responses to information can be just as irrational as ours. And when you talk about the scientific method, which is often used as a blunt instrument to beat everyone into submission, there are as many scientific methods as there are scientists. So there is no such thing as the scientific method. There are certain standards that you're supposed to adhere to, but often those standards are not met.
So,
pardon the noise.
No worries. It's interesting that in that sense that we always get fed by this idea that there is a consensus out there. I mean, I do want to ask you later, for instance, about global warming. We can talk about that separately, which is another one of these things where they claim that it's a consensus and all scientists agree, etc. But we never get confronted with the fact that these are only theories, as you mentioned before, in terms of some of the things that Einstein brought forth and so forth as well.
Yes.
Why do you
think that's a very good point. In fact, one of my beefs about scientific programs shown on television is that the reporters often state things as facts when they should preface the statement with the accepted theory is, or scientists believe, but not that this is a fact. Because all science is provisional, or supposed to be. Unfortunately, there is a lot of dogmatism that creeps into science now because you have the cult of the expert, it's been called. And the problem with that, of course, is that you have science being fragmented into multiple disciplines. And it gets to the point where the disciplines can't talk to each other in the same language. And in fact, even within a discipline, I have found at seminars that somebody who specializes in one area within a discipline there's this sort of breakdown in communication, which is a significant problem. And I should point out that the electric universe grew out of an interdisciplinary approach, which is not taught in any university on Earth. In other words, we look at the possibility that the earliest recollections of mankind have something to tell us about astronomy, which we can use to test ideas and propose experiments today. And to save NASA a lot of money in asking questions that we really don't need to ask, and to ask ones that we do need to ask. So, you know, that's the whole thing, that the electric universe tries to bring things down to common language, common sense, and engineering principles.
I mean, there would be people out there who would argue and claim that the compartmentalization of these scientific principles are in place for a reason, actually. I don't know if you would agree with that, Wal. It seems to me like that is the case, that it's almost designed for a hierarchy, if you will, to gather all the knowledge at the top and keep the individual researchers kind of uninformed at the lower levels, because that's what's happening anyway. What do you think about all of that, Wal?
I think that is one of the consequences. The language used in scientific articles is so obscure and obtuse that you really have to work hard to try and understand what's being said. Sometimes the people who do the editorials and so on for Nature and Science manage to cut through all of this jargon and provide you with some insights. But it makes it very difficult for anyone to get the big picture. And when you're doing science, I think it's important to get the big picture first so that you have some idea of how your ideas fit with other disciplines. Right now, you know, you can have a problem in one discipline. You don't tell the people next door who are working in another discipline that you've got these problems. And so those other people assume that answers they get from you are pretty much signed, sealed and delivered, and you can take them as gospel, when in fact there are a huge number of caveats and concerns about the so-called facts. And this is one of the things that I find quite often, that I get referred to papers that are supposed to prove that the electric universe is completely wrong or misguided. When I go and read those papers, I find that the certainty with which I've been attacked is not reflected in those documents. In fact, they tend to support my view that these things are still very much unknown and still under investigation.
One thing there that has happened then obviously is that if we go back into history a little bit and mention William Herschel again, he talked about the electric effects and so forth, and he collaborated with Michael Faraday, for instance, and it wasn't really until our knowledge about electromagnetism and electrical engineering came onto the scene that we started to connect these dots, so to speak. But why do you think that the electric universe theory have stayed off the map in terms of our educational system? Because it seems to me that the older people who studied this were kind of on the ball, so to speak, that they were heading somewhere with this theory, but then something happened. Do you know what that was? What happened there?
Well, it was an accident of history, I think, and that's what I've written in the last article I've just written for my website called Our Misunderstood Sun. And Herschel said in a letter to Michael Faraday, who at the time was the experimentalist working on electricity and magnetism, William Herschel said, "We stand on the verge of a vast cosmical discovery such as nothing hitherto imagined can compare with." And he was talking about a link that they'd discovered between magnetic storms on Earth and sunspots on the sun. So here was an intuitive leap, which was on the right track. The electric universe shows how these things actually work. And as somebody pointed out, back in those days, and up until the beginning of the 20th century, a lot of scientists were what you might call eminent outsiders. They were not actually trained in the thing that they became famous for. And I think in that article I point out that Herschel was in some other, or both Herschel and Faraday began in completely different pursuits, but ended up the doyens of the Royal Society in their particular fields of astronomy and physics. Nowadays, anyone who tried to do the same thing from outside a discipline would be pounced upon immediately, and they'd never become members of the Royal Society.
Well,
so this idea of the Renaissance scholar, I think, has gone out the window, and I think that's a great pity.
Absolutely. We're losing so much because of it, but that's why we're grateful for the kind of work that you, David, and many other people as well who are on the track in terms of the electric universe. And I think it's a fascinating theory, and just by reading it from a non-scientific point of view, because I have no background in terms of science, I'm just very interested in it. It makes more sense to me because it answers a lot of these questions that you mentioned before, that regular science or the mainstream theories have to basically things that they have to make up in terms of to explain gravity and dark matter and things that you mentioned before. And
yes,
what do you think then are some of the biggest, I guess, fallacies in terms of that? Is it our lack of understanding when it comes to gravity and also this injection of dark matter, or is there anything else big, so to speak, out there that are specks in the eyes of mainstream science?
Well, I think one of the popular ones is black holes, and we have another dissident Australian scientist who has done the hard work in the mathematics and pointed out that there were some serious mistakes made, and that black holes cannot exist, even according to the mathematics. Now, common sense suggests that it's a simple mistake like dividing by zero, because if you try and concentrate matter in a smaller and smaller radius or volume, as you approach zero, of course, the density goes up to infinity, and this is more or less what you are talking about with a black hole. There's no necessity for a black hole. The evidence for it is given as the outpourings from the centers of active galaxies, where you see these huge jets going from millions of light years out into space, funneling huge amounts of energy and matter away from the center of the galaxy, where the supposed black hole is supposed to be gobbling everything in sight. All of the activity in the center of an active galaxy can be explained in terms of electrical engineering and plasma physics. The problem is, and this is the historical accident, the understanding of plasma physics and the kinds of experiments required to be done to understand galaxies were not done until long after the standard model of the sun was in place. And that accident is detailed in that article I mentioned, Our Misunderstood Sun. The important issue is, of course, that if we don't understand the sun, then we don't understand any star in the universe, and we can't go talking about the first few seconds of the existence of the universe when we don't understand anything about what we're looking at. So this is why I say we don't even know enough to ask the right questions right now. to answer the big questions in cosmology. Where did we come from? Where does life begin? And all this kind of thing. We can't even ask the right questions about where would we expect to find life in the universe other than on Earth.
That's just incredible, and it's very fascinating in terms of the sun as well. I've been keeping an eye on this, and maybe you can talk a little bit about solar flares and coronal mass ejections and what those are. There's certain expectations that comes from NASA and other scientific groups who are studying the sun in terms of what they call the 11-year cycle and things like that. But right now, as far as I've understood, we're in one of these situations where they don't understand why the sun is so quiet, as it were. It should be more active at this point, I've heard, but it's actually not. Can you talk about that?
That's right. Yes. The solar cycle, as it's called, the sunspot cycle, is one of the big mysteries of the sun. It's not explained by thermonuclear theory. You would not expect a solar cycle or sunspots or even the granulated appearance of the photosphere of the sun based on a thermonuclear model. What is actually going on is that the thing we call the sun is actually the bright photosphere itself, which in the electrical model is some distance, it's at the top of the atmosphere, if you like, of a body, which is inside and is of heavier elements. So the sun has no thermonuclear engine at the center. When you look at a sunspot, you see a clearing in this discharge, and beneath is cooler, it's dark. Now, if energy was trying to escape from the sun, it should be much brighter if you were to part the obscuring layer at the top. And that's not what we find. So a very complicated theory had to be put forward about magnetic refrigeration and this kind of thing to try and make the sunspot cool when it should have been much hotter. So it's just simple things like this that point to the direction or the mistakes that were made in those early days. The other idea was that the sun had to have a central engine to blow it up to the size we see. But that makes an assumption that it's just a neutral ball of gas responding to the force of gravity. But if it's an electrical object, if it's an anode in an arc discharge or in a glow discharge, then what we're looking at is not the surface of an object at all. It's a glowing plasma phenomenon, like the neon glow in a neon sign, which can be at some distance from the electrode. Now, of course, we see stars which are bigger than the orbit of Jupiter or Saturn. And the question is, well, how does it blow itself up to that size? Well, it doesn't. That glow is an electrical phenomenon. It has nothing to do with the central body itself.
So I guess also as well that would explain then why the surface temperature is higher than in the core. Isn't that what they've measured or come the conclusions that they made?
No, you have this crazy situation where you have a core which is at millions of degrees, thought to be at millions of degrees, in order to sustain some kind of thermonuclear activity. Then you have the photosphere of the sun, which is about 5,700 degrees, and then you go up into the corona where it's millions of degrees. So here you have the coolest spot is in between two hot spots.
Ah, that's right.
And it just cannot work. Eventually that cool spot must heat up to the same temperature as either the center of the sun or the corona. So they've had to cook up all sorts of weird and wonderful mechanisms by which somehow energy can get from the center of the sun out of the sun without heating the surface or the photosphere, and yet heat up the corona. And to do this, they invoke, the physicists invoke magnetism. Now, I had a very telling commentary made by the chief scientist of Australia at a meeting at the university here, where she said, when we don't understand something, we blame it on magnetism. And now, it's funny that scientists often have these throwaway lines at their meetings. That's why I attend so many of them, which you would never see published in any of their journals. But that is precisely what happens. Somehow or another, magnetism is generated, and they've never been able to show precisely how that happens. And yet the sun itself is just one ball of complex magnetic behavior, which is easily explained in the electrical model if it's an anode in a glow discharge, but has no business being there at all in the thermonuclear model of the star. We're talking about the cyclic nature of the solar magnetic field and its sunspots. And all of this too is explained simply by a varying current input to the sun. So right now we're in a position where the current is not changing. It's steady. But most of the time it is either changing in one direction or another. And that gives us the solar cycle, the change in magnetism on the sun, and the movement of sunspots in latitude. Hans Alfvén himself drew the circuit for the sun many decades ago, but nobody's paid any attention. Alfvén himself didn't see the connection with the galaxy, but that's also been shown now in the discovery of these neutral atoms from outside the solar system, which all seem to come from this encircling I suppose you call it a cylinder, around the sun. And the magnetic field outside the sun's the heliosphere, that's the big plasma sheath that surrounds the sun, well out beyond Pluto. The galactic environment also has the steady magnetic field, which was not expected in the standard model, but which was essential to the electric model. So we keep getting verification almost on a daily basis from discoveries from the spacecraft and also the new telescopes on Earth.
Wow, that's incredible. So what, in terms of if we want to look at it from the point of view of predicting then or trying to understand better the solar cycles in order to, well, at this time actually both prepare here on Earth, because again, these major flares, when they do happen, can indeed upset our electrical systems here on Earth. Waves like pulsating EMF waves going out and all of that too. So does it make it easier to predict then when the peaks or dips and valleys of sun activity is supposed to happen if we look at it from the electrical universe point of view, or is it still a mystery what drives it and how and why it's more active at certain points?
Well, we know how current is transferred through space. It takes the form of filaments, and in actual fact, it follows the same engineering principle that we use with twisted pairs of wires, which radiate the least energy. That's why engineers use them for signal transfer and that kind of thing. And it turns out that nature does the same in the universe. So everywhere you look in space, at nebulae, anything that's glowing, you'll see this filamentary structure, which is quite striking, and it's not explained by exploding stars or shock waves and that kind of thing. Now, most of them are invisible because the power density and the matter density is so low that you can only pick up the signals with radio telescopes. It seems rather ironic that when the radio telescopes were first proposed, astronomers said, no, you don't need those. What would you need those for? Well, it turns out that they will be an essential part of the revelation of the electrical nature of the universe, because they can actually trace these intergalactic, these dark currents as they're called. Now, the sun itself is powered by these dark currents. So the means of finding out exactly what's going on in our immediate solar system environment is what we need if we're going to predict what the sun might do. And that will be, I think, done by people like the radio astronomers and perhaps these people who now have spacecraft which can detect these neutral atoms coming in from beyond the solar system. We need to know what's going on in the sun's environment, because it's the environment that controls the sun. It's not something from inside the sun.
You know, when you mentioned that the in most cases these the filaments or these twisted pairs, in that sense that you're talking about, that they're invisible. Yes. I don't know if you recall. I think it was back in 2006 when they discovered this kind of what they call a DNA or double helix, basically spotted out into space. Does that come into the picture here as well?
Yes. On occasions, if the matter density is enough or the electric current density is enough, the filament will glow. And when it does, you will see these long filaments, and in some cases where the seeing is very good, you can actually see the twisted pairs themselves. And this is what gave rise to the idea of the kind of DNA in space. And it is a fascinating thing that you see this fractal, this repeated pattern in nature, and the electric universe is a fractal universe because, as we said earlier, the plasma phenomena are scalable over an enormous range of sizes. So you can expect to see the same kinds of things from the laboratory up to the galactic.
That's fascinating to me. And I mean, have you done any biological research in this as well, in terms of looking at the human body, for instance, as an electrical machine? In that sense, pretty much, if indeed we're driven by the same rules and laws in one way. What do you think?
Yes, there is a pattern there. In my research into the nature of gravity, I came to the work by the fellow that I mentioned earlier, who had given a simple explanation in terms of real objects as to how gravity might work. And he said that every subatomic particle is made up of smaller charged bits, if you call them. If you can imagine that the electron, the proton, and the neutron are actually made up of smaller charged bits orbiting within the classical radius of that particle, then you have an object which is malleable. It can be pushed out of shape. It can be a football shape. It can be spherical, and it can be squished, squashed flat in one direction. And by just those simple deformations, he showed that you can explain magnetism and gravity. So as one simple concept, the explanations just sort of fall out of it. But the interesting thing is that if you are going to have the electron, for instance, which is probably it's much smaller than the proton and the neutron. If you say that is made up of smaller particles orbiting within that classical radius of the electron, then it turns out, just by simple calculation, that those particles must be travelling far in excess of the speed of light. He calculated that if you could release those particles to move in a straight line, they would travel from here to the other side of the Andromeda Galaxy in 1 second. Now, this gives you a clue. It means that the electric force itself operates throughout the universe at near infinite speed. It means that in the electric universe, everything is connected. And this gets you to the idea of the interconnectedness of all things, and also the fact that the electric signaling that occurs operates near instantaneously. And one of the puzzles that I always had was that, for instance, if you have a tennis player returning a serve, if you relied on signals travelling along the nerves at a few metres a second, then you would never be able to return the ball. Your reflexes, your actions would be far too slow. It just couldn't be done. The human body seems to act as a unit. In other words, the mind, the body, everything is connected, and the signalling between the various components in the body seems to operate far in excess of nerve speed signalling. And according to this model that I'm proposing, it actually occurs at near infinite speed. There is another benefit of that, and that is it means that atoms that are assembled into a complex molecule will do a beautiful resonant dance, which means that it has a signal, if you like, which is available to the universe, and other molecules of the same construction will all sing the same tune. It'll be like a symphony all playing at once, but apparently the communication is perfect. However, it wouldn't be perfect if one object was moving away from another and the signals travelled at the speed of light. To be coherent and to be consistent, the signals must travel at near infinite speed, otherwise they detune by the Doppler effect. But according to this new model, they do not detune. The signalling remains perfect, even if they are travelling relative to one another. So, for instance, if there is such a thing as ESP and so on, it doesn't get detuned if one person's flying in an aircraft and the other one's stationary on the ground.
That's incredible.
The other thing is, and it should have been obvious to astronomers long ago, it was pointed out by the late Tom Van Flandern, the astronomer, that gravity itself operates at near infinite speed, far in excess of the speed of light. In other words, the Earth knows, if you like to put it in those terms, where the sun is right now, not where it was 8.5 minutes ago, and the same for all the other planets in the solar system. If that wasn't so, you would have a torque acting on the planets which would sling them out of the solar system in a very short space of time. You would have no solar system. And yet this obvious point doesn't seem to have got through to anyone. The most disturbing thing of all for physicists is that this means that Einstein's theories, his postulates, were wrong. Yeah. And in fact, they were somewhat illogical, and this is why people have such trouble in trying to understand what it was that Einstein's theories were trying to say. The simple fact is they don't make sense. And those who've tried to make sense out of them, go round and round in circles and finally say, oh, well, other people believe in it, so it must be right. Well, but if we can get rid of this business of worshipping the scientists of the past, I think we would go science would progress much faster. It's like Newton said, he had seen far by standing on the shoulders of giants, but the problem is to pick the right giant and make sure they're facing the right direction.
That's right. That's a very good point. I mean, that's incredibly fascinating to me as well in terms of both the fractal properties that you mentioned here in terms of the electrical universe, but also then how that actually would explain, if you will, then a lot of so-called paranormal. I mean, they're only paranormal because we don't, understand them yet. These phenomena, which has to do with the interconnectedness of either human beings or
yes.
Up to the upper level of this in terms of planetary bodies and things like that as well. And
even the grand spiral galaxies would not be grand spirals if gravity operated at the speed of light, which is a real snail's pace in the universe. It's terribly slow.
Yes. Haven't they been able to? I don't know if you know this, but I mean, they had this rule or law there that nothing can go faster than the speed of light. But as far as I remember, they even had experiments here on Earth where they've actually managed to speed up the speed of light, so to speak, or increase the speed of light. Do you know anything?
They always explain that away as being a phase. The speed of a wave, it's the phase of the wave that travels faster than the speed of light. But really, it's the electromagnetic wave does travel at the speed of light simply because it's a disturbance traveling through a medium. It's like a stone dropped into a pond, the waves move slowly away from where the stone was dropped, and that is in effect the speed of light. The speed of gravity is the speed of the, if you like, just as a kind of a simile, is equivalent to the speed of sound through water. In other words, it's travelling far faster than this slow transverse disturbance. And electromagnetic waves are a transverse disturbance in a medium. You cannot transfer an electromagnetic wave through nothing. It must have a medium, which is what Maxwell said, but it was discarded by Einstein with no explanation as to how the electromagnetic wave was supposed to proceed. You must, if you're going to have an electric field in space, it's got to have a charged particle as its point of origin. You can't just sort of conjure it up and say that it exists in nothing.
Do we get any closer to the mysteries of the origins of our universe, or at least the matter or energy within, or electricity then within our universe, if we look at it from the point of view of the electric universe?
That's a good question. What we can see, Halton Arp, by the way, the astronomer, was the one who showed that redshift is related to the age more than it is to distance, or the speed of recession. And based on his work, he came to the conclusion that the universe is much smaller than we think, and that we cannot see all that far anyway. And therefore, what we can see in our small part of whatever the universe is shows electric currents flowing in and out of this small region of whatever the universe happens to be. And beyond that, we are ignorant. We cannot say. So this is what I say. We really need to be a little more, or show a little more humility in our understanding, and be more questioning. Instead of trying to conjure up the latest science fiction story to make the headlines and grab more funding. Just show a little more humility. And I think this would actually help in getting students back into science. Right now, they're just staying away by the truckload. Because it's boring. They're told that you need to know esoteric mathematics. You have to be a mathematical genius, and that most of the work's done anyway. All you have to do is just solve a few puzzles here and there, and we'll have it all. We'll have it all on the T-shirt next week, which is just nonsense,
Of course.
And it's a recurring theme. We don't learn from history. That's our big problem. If we were to look at the history of science, we would find that it was rather like Arthur Koestler's put it in his book, The Sleepwalkers.
Koestler is a magnificent author, by the way. Absolutely.
Yes.
If we round things up here for the first segment, and we'd love to continue talking more with you if you do have the time for us, Wal. There is one thing I'd like to ask you before we do that, though. In terms of signal transfer, you mentioned this instantaneous communication possibly going on then between bodies and so forth, and if it indeed is a signal, and if that signal is electric in its origin, if we can put it that way, there's I guess two questions that come up in relation to that. One is this that people talk about when the term free energy, they talk about 0 point or tapping into the field, and in that sense that's what I'm reading into this as well, that this is about this instant communication. And do you think that it would be possible for us in one way to tap into the signal transfer in order to actually read the signal communication that is going on in the universe, if you will? I don't know if that's too much of an esoteric area to get into, but give us your take on that, Wal.
No, I think it is possible. It's a longitudinal signal. It's the kind of thing that Tesla was playing with. And I think that it is the only way, really, to communicate beyond the Earth, because otherwise electromagnetic signaling is far too slow. Also, it is the only form of signaling that isn't shielded by plasma sheaths and double layers in space. And this gets down to questions about why haven't we been able to hear from ET, the SETI project.
Yes.
And I can tell you why, if we're using the wrong signaling technique.
They would never use that if they're advanced, in that sense.
Of course. Yeah, this is once again another bit of hubris on the part of scientists today, thinking that our puny understanding of the universe is enough to be able to pontificate about where we will find life and how it would communicate.
Yeah.
We have a lot to learn.
Oh, yes, absolutely. What do you say, Wal? Do you have more time for us? Are you up for doing another segment with us?
Yes, I think we can soldier on.
Okay, absolutely. We have so many more questions I want to ask you, but please then, for a way of rounding up here the first segment for us, mention your website, mention the book and the DVD that you guys have out there as well, so people know where to go to read more and see and hear more from the perspective of the electric universe.
Yes, my website on holoscience.com, that's HOLO, the idea being that the science is more holistic and interdisciplinary. So holoscience.com will get to my website. My colleagues have the thunderbolts.info website, and they also have the resources and forums for you to join if you're interested, and a lot of activity. In fact, they have a picture of the day on that website every day of the working week, and it's quite an outstanding effort on the part of volunteers. The books and the DVDs and everything you'll find on that website.
Alrighty, again, there you go. Very good websites and links for you guys. Thunderbolts.info, and then Wal's personal or his own website, holoscience.com. Definitely go over there and check it out. But do join us here in the next segment here then for Red Eyes members coming up. Very interesting stuff indeed. Stay with us, Wal. Thank you so much for this first segment. Don't miss our 2 coming Eyes members. This is a very interesting continuation as we talk about deep impact, Temple 1, comets, gravity, discharge, lightning, sprites in the Earth.
Interesting, and I guess some of these bloopers is stuff like black holes and then of course the redshift dilemma, I guess. But before we go there, I mean, in a nutshell, is it possible to kind of explain the electric universe theory?
Well, it's tough, but let me try to give you my dog.
Yeah.
I can give you sort of a cursory overview. Is that we have lately, because of the advent of radio telescopes and our ability to go into at least interplanetary space with space probes that are able to measure charges, the presence of charges, the presence of electric fields, and that sort of thing, we're beginning to see that space is literally chock-a-block full of separated charge, which the name we use is plasma, electric plasma.
Yeah.
And plasma has certain qualities about it. It tends to form into cells. It tends to form into filaments and stringy things, and it has the properties that the forces that exist between particles within plasmas are orders of magnitude, literally 30 orders of magnitude stronger than the force of gravity. Gravity is one of the weakest forces that science knows about. It's weaker than even the nuclear force, the strong and weak nuclear force. And
yeah.
so when astronomers see things, for example, you see a rotating galaxy out in deep space, and you look and you see how that thing is rotating. You look at the profile. How are the stars in the outer regions of that galaxy moving? It turns out that Newton's law of gravity is incapable of explaining what we're seeing. So that because of the new tools that astronomers are using now, not only radio telescopes but infrared telescopes and X-ray telescopes, we're able to utilize a wider range of the electromagnetic spectrum than just this very little narrow band, which we call the visible light.
Yeah.
Is what we've been limited to for ever since astronomy got started after Galileo. So I guess the idea is that plasma cosmology. Well, let me go back to that rotating galaxy. The laws, the rules by which plasma operates give us a very one-to-one correspondence with that kind of rotation, that galaxy rotation. A good friend of mine who was one of the directors of the Los Alamos National Laboratory here in the States did I think it was his PhD thesis, or certainly shortly thereafter, did a simulation on a supercomputer of a bunch of plasma. He put in the rules of how plasma operates, that is Maxwell's equations and the Lorentz equation, and just duplicated the way that swarm of plasma. You could see it evolving into a galaxy, and it ended up rotating in exactly the same way with exactly the same profile as real galaxies do in space. And Newton's laws will not enable us to explain that kind of rotation, but Lorenz's law does.
Donald, sorry to interrupt, but that's very interesting, because I've heard this theory regarding, dark matter, that they came up to this theory basically because the computer models that they were running on the universe, they kept, the model kept falling apart in these computers, and they have to basically add a whole lot of matter to kind of keep the structure together. Isn't that right? Have you studied this?
Well, there are two different things. There's dark matter or missing matter, and then there's dark energy, and they're sort of similar. In my mind, they're all fairy dust. Let's see if I can remember my acronym. Fairy dust is something like frequently invoked inventions that are I can't remember the acronym. They're conjured up to defend untenable scientific theories. When your theory doesn't work out, well, you can invent an invisible, unmeasurable thing that just has to be there because we know that our theory is right, and we measure this expansion of the universe. That's where the dark energy came from, is because the Einstein relativity will not explain the expansion at the rate at which it is perceived to be expanding. Whereas the dark matter or missing matter was to explain this thing that I'm talking about, the idea that the galaxies don't rotate as they should, quote unquote, if Newton's law is the only thing that's at work out there. One of the things I should mention that I think I wrote to you about is that I mentioned Dr. Tony Peratt, who did this simulation of galaxies. His thesis advisor was I was going to say very famous, but he should be very famous, a Swedish electrical engineer. His name is Hannes Alfvén. And I don't know whether the normal walking around Swede in Stockholm, if you mention Alfvén's name, whether he'd say, oh yes, of course, or whether he'd say, who's he? I never heard of him.
I guess the latter is correct.
I think the best thing about an electric universe, by far, is the medical benefits it will bring people right away. Viruses give off a frequency, or they exist at a frequency. And they have shown, like Dr. Reif, that if they match the frequency of that virus, it kills the virus immediately, leaving the healthy ones alone. Nature is a master genius, like fruit and vegetables. If one is sick, it will give off an electromagnetic signal to the birds and the ants. It's like calling all pests, come and eat me. Nature does that, and the pests show up and eat the bad ones and leave the good ones alone. But when they start messing with it, that stuff stops happening, and that's not good. That can't be good. I buy organic only. It's just crazy.
Velikovsky's proposed mechanism for the universal deluge was the transfer of water from the atmosphere of Saturn between 5 and 10,000 years ago. Whatever the mechanism, there were undoubtedly catastrophic floods during this period. Moving forward, Lonnie Thompson has assembled evidence from around the world of an abrupt climate change at approximately 3.
What the heck happened? Well, maybe the sound died. I had to cut things out sometimes. You know, we'll look here. That's weird. Did it turn off? No, it's still going. Huh. Another Twilight Zone moment. Okay. Well, let's see here.
At Tel Leilan in Syria by Harvey Weiss showed that the climate around this site suddenly became arid at the end of the early Bronze Age, resulting in its abandonment for several centuries. This also seemed to have happened elsewhere, and a layer of tephra particles indicated a volcanic event. However, some suggested that the prime cause may have been an extraterrestrial impact. Mandelker argued that we encountered the Taurid complex at this time. Marie Agnes Courty found evidence that a dust layer at Tel Leilan and other sites in the Middle East had resulted from an impact, but no crater has yet been found. In the next millennium came the end of the Middle Bronze Age, the time of Velikovsky's Venus catastrophe, and later the termination of the Mycenaean period, which Velikovsky associated with the Mars catastrophe. As to the best way for young researchers to proceed in this context and to conclude this talk, I could do no better than to quote advice given by Velikovsky in a graduate student forum. What I want to impress upon you is that science today, as in the days of Newton, lies before us as a great uncharted ocean, and we have not yet sailed very far from the coast of ignorance. Don't persist in your idea if the facts are against it, but do persist if you see facts gathering on your side. In science, unlike religion, the great revelations lie in the future. The coming generations are the authorities, and the pupil is greater than the master if he has the gift to see things anew. Imagination coupled with skepticism and an ability to wonder. If you possess these, bountiful nature will hand you some of the secrets out of her inexhaustible store. The pleasure you experience discovering truth will repay you for your work. Don't expect other compensations, because it may not come. Yet dare.
Music, 3 hours and 41 minutes. I'll go to 4 hours, and then I'm going to call it a night. I'll come out and see you in a bit. If anybody wants to get in chat in Discord, I'll be there in a minute. I'm going to put on another video for you, if you don't mind, right now. Let's see here. Yeah, it still shows the same. Crazy. I think it does that to me on purpose, just to make me a little crazier. Okay. Alright, well, put that one in there. And get rid of that for a second. All right. Cosmology, this program is a must-see. It's important to have all the facts. It's very eye-opening. I'll play about 10 minutes of it and then put the link in the description.
In the beginning was the Big Bang. We are told that 13 to 20 billion years ago, everything that makes up the universe as we know it was spontaneously created out of nothing through an unimaginably violent explosion. But did it really happen as we are told? A growing number of astronomers doubt it and are showing why. This is their story, the story of the universe.
The observational aspects of trying to understand the universe, I think it's reasonable to start about 100 years ago. And about 100 years ago, almost everybody in astronomy, without question, assumed that the whole of the universe was what you could see in the Milky Way. Nobody felt that the universe was any bigger than the stars that you see in the sky, associated with our own local Milky Way. And that was the situation certainly around 1905, times like that. There were well-known people who propounded these ideas. 10 years later, Einstein first proposed his general theory of relativity. Now, when Einstein proposed this, it's a theory of gravity, which means that it's a theory which should represent the whole of the universe, because it's gravitational forces that are controlling the universe. Well, Einstein made this theory around 1915, and he immediately wanted to try and use this theory to explain the universe as it then was, the so-called Milky Way system. But of course, the idea of this was that it was a static system. That is, it wasn't contracting or expanding, it was a static system. And Einstein found that his equations did not allow for a static universe unless he inserted a certain constant in the mathematics, which became known as the cosmological constant. But what happened in the early 1920s was that a very clever Russian called Friedman in 1922 found solutions to Einstein's equations which allow the universe to either expand or contract. Now that was done in the Soviet Union soon after the revolution, and nobody in the West knew about this, I think. But in 1927, a Belgian priest, the Abbé Lemaitre, as he later became, also discovered these solutions. And he went to England, and his work was publicized in Cambridge and elsewhere, and the famous English astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington and others got to know about this, and they immediately began to say, how can this apply to the current universe? Well, in the same period, in 1929, Hubble made what I still believe was the most important discovery in extragalactic astronomy in the last century, or the last century but one. He showed that if you look at the spiral nebulae, the faint spiral nebulae, the shifts in their spectra are proportional to their apparent brightnesses. And this led very soon to the idea that this fitted very well with the expanding universe, and that indeed this is the kind of universe we lived in, that what we were looking at are galaxies, Milky Ways, further and further away from us, and the further away from us, the larger the redshifts, and if that's interpreted in the way that most people would interpret it, this means that they are moving away faster and faster. So this was the original idea. By the 1930s, the front page of the New York Times said we live in an expanding universe.
Oh, put your stone, man, and give me medals forever.
his great discovery, it was for galaxies like our own Milky Way galaxy. And they all followed the same rule, that the fainter they are, the larger their redshift. In other words, the faster they are moving away from us. This is known as the Hubble law, and directly led to the expanding universe theories. But in the 1960s, there was a new discovery, the quasi-stellar objects, often referred to as quasars. They appear as star-like points on the sky, frequently blue in color, and they have very, very large redshifts, implying that they are at huge distances from the Earth, at the very boundaries of the observable universe. Some astronomers soon found that a vast number of these strange new objects populated the regions around spiral galaxies, and were not only observable with radio telescopes, but were optical and X-ray sources as well. There were two properties of the quasars that were difficult for astronomers to understand using the expanding universe theory. The first was that, if one plotted their apparent brightness against their redshifts, as one does for galaxies, one gets an unexpected scatter on the diagram, instead of the smooth curve made by the same plot done for galaxies. This seems to indicate that the quasars do not follow the Hubble law as do most other objects, and that there is no direct indication that they are actually at their proposed redshift distances. In fact, it is argued that if Hubble had first been given the plots for quasars, he and other astronomers would never have concluded that the universe was expanding. The second property was that quasars are very small, compact objects, sometimes only a light year across. So if quasars are really at their extreme redshift distances, they must then be the brightest and most energetic objects known to astronomers. So energetic, in fact, that untestable, almost metaphysical mechanisms must be applied to explain the phenomena. On the other hand, when placed at their observed distances, that is, in the neighborhood of nearby galaxies, their brightness and energies become normal, and no special mechanisms need to be evoked. This problem has led many astronomers to abandon the idea that all redshifts are due to their speed of recession away from the Earth. And if this is true, then there is no need for an expanding universe, and the Big Bang never happened. The questions arise. Is there a connection between certain types of galaxies and the quasar? Are quasars ejected from galaxies, and in fact proto-galaxies themselves? Is there some other astrophysical process which can explain the redshift discrepancies? One of the world's most controversial experts on the structure and morphology of quasars, Halton C. Arp, has for 35 years proposed just such an idea. For the heresy of opposing orthodox interpretations of the redshift problem, Arp has had to pay a heavy price, the same price paid by many a scientist with new and innovative ideas. Dr. Arp was forced to resign from his permanent position at the Carnegie Institute of Washington Observatories after the Caltech head of the Telescope Allocation Committee threatened him by saying, unless he changed his line of research, they would take away his telescope time. Due to this fact and his ongoing struggle against the established paradigms, Arp is often referred to as the modern Galileo.
I remember when I sent the paper into, the first paper into Astrophysical Journal on the nature of companion galaxies, and I had a lot of them on the ends of spiral arms, so I was sure that they were connected, and I showed that they were systematically redshifted. I sent that in with naive, great expectations that people would be terribly interested and impressed on this. And the editor of the Astrophysical Journal at that time was Subramanian Chandrasekhar, who had a fantastic reputation as a master theoretician and also quite an incomprehensible theoretician, and a tremendously powerful figure in the field, and editor of the Astrophysical Journal, which is probably the most powerful position in the field. And he chose not to, in his wisdom and judicial fairness, chose not to send it to a referee, but he just wrote across the paper, "This exceeds my imagination," and he sent it back to the director of my institute, Horace Babcock, with the obvious implication: you've got to do something about this staff member of yours who's doing these very bad things. And so Horace called me down in the office one day after this, and I walked in his office, into the director's office, and I saw this paper lying in front of him with Chandrasekhar's scroll across it. And Horace looked at me and said, "Well," he said, "this is just too much, and you're going to have to start looking for another job." And so all I could say to him was, "Well, if you send me that in writing, please send me in writing." And I was waiting in great trepidation for weeks and months to get something in writing, and I finally never did. So I realized that he decided to give me another chance, so to speak. So that was fairly early in the game, and then some years went by, and there was the competition for time, particularly on the 200-inch telescope, was getting more and more heated, and people were saying, "Well, we can't continue to give time to this obviously incorrect and embarrassing research that ARP does." So finally they sent a letter to me from the allocation committee, including a number of the younger members of my institute, saying that unless I changed my line of research, that they would have to take away my telescope time. At that point, I considered the situation very carefully, and I figured that the evidence, although a lot more evidence could be gathered and has since been gathered since then, the important thing was not the evidence, because if it was true, it would come out someday. The important thing was the principle of scientific investigation, whether scientists could follow new lines of investigation and follow up on evidence which apparently contradicted the current theorems and the current paradigms. And I also felt that regardless of what happened to me personally, that this was the important issue, and that I had no choice but to resign on the point of this issue, so that if it developed, which I thought it would, that my line of investigation was correct, that people then in the future would say, "Okay, this was the wrong thing to do, and in the future we're going to have to see that this kind of thing doesn't happen again."
The observers come in now with the belief that we live in a Big Bang universe, and therefore all of their ways of understanding things are tailored to that. And they don't come in with the possibility that our alternative, or any other for that matter, is right, and really do it in an open-minded way. And of course what goes along with that is that observers who would like to test this way find it very hard to get observing time and so on. I mean, this relates to the whole issue of whether the complete lack of balance in the way the observational programs and the funding are conducted. There's no question about that. I don't think that anybody would argue about it.
I've always said that the cause of the troubles is the American graduate school. You get one person who then lectures to his students in graduate class, and because you have a system, you see, when we had graduated first degree, we were independent. We could thumb our noses at the professor. And in fact, the best way to get ahead was to do something that the older people didn't agree with. You're right. That was the way to do it. And but in the graduate school, you all have to learn what you're taught, what the professors are teaching you, and then those people go out and get jobs, and they have another graduate, their own graduate school, and it just tier after tier. You get a few places like Caltech or like Harvard, and they set the fashion for every place.
I think there's a problem with graduate education. I think graduate education is not teaching students to think, to be independent researchers. I think it's teaching them to be part of a scientific society. And too much, especially students that are at the so-called elite institutions, I think they're taught too much the paradigm of their advisor.
All of us, whether or not we served in uniform, are veterans of a war in which freedom and free government are at stake. Such fullness of knowledge is the direct function of education. Most of us work hard to provide our homes with every possible comfort for our children. We safeguard their health. We strive to set before them good examples of moral living, of manners and deportment. Possibly, we even pamper them. Yet complacently, even carelessly, we commit our children to schools of which we know but little. We cannot meet the complexities of modern life with outmoded school systems. We must keep our educational standards abreast of the swift-moving times in which we live, if we hope to preserve our national heritage and our American way of life, the American way.
When I was director of the National Observatory 20 years ago, there was a very well-known astronomer now. In fact, she's just won the Cosmology Prize. That's Vera Rubin. She was carrying out a program at Kitt Peak at the National Observatory of observing faint spiral galaxies with a view to looking to their redshift distribution, their velocity distribution. And this was a program that everybody thought was a good program. And so she'd been given observing time, and at the end of about a year, she had completed about a third of her program. And so she actually wrote a little paper pointing out that she was getting results very different from the ones that were expected. And we had our usual meeting. And when we got to her program, which was an ongoing program, so people just looked it over, the leading extragalactic astronomer on my committee of that day immediately said, well, look, she's getting this result. It doesn't fit. It has to be wrong. I recommend that we stop the program. That was his position. And what was interesting to me was I sat there and listened to this discussion. And the majority of the people, because of his level of knowledge and authority, went along with him. So the recommendation of the committee was that we stop the program. Well, I had the last word, so I ignored it. But most people don't. And the peer review system and NASA itself, which is very conformist, will always do just that.
yesterday is done and gone. I see your face sometimes at night. You come to me when I'm all alone, and if you stay too long, I die inside. Oh yeah, it's suicide. Like a big river, sometimes I'm on your mind. It's suicide.
In 1929, a group of historians found a map that was drawn on a lambskin. Dating results shown it to be a genuine document drawn up in 1513 by Piri Reis, a famous admiral in the Turkish fleet of the 16th century. It turns out that Piri Reis had privileged access to the library at Constantinople, in which he states that he copied the map from a large number of source maps, some of which dated as far back as the 4th century BC. Unfortunately, the source maps no longer exist. The uncanny thing of it is that the map's extremely accurate. It shows the west coast of Africa, the east coast of South America, and the northern coast of Antarctica. The northern coast of Antarctica is in perfect detail. 300 years before it was discovered in 1818. They didn't know what the ground looked like of Antarctica due to being under 1.5 miles of ice until 1949, when Cosmology gave the accurate picture and the Piri Reis map matched it exactly. Now, this gives indication that there must have been a high-tech civilization on Earth 11 to 12,000 years ago. There are many more little tidbits of knowledge like that just get tossed into the mystery bag. Right. And then we have the mysterious 2,000-year-old disco colgant that we've gone over before. This thing is truly mind-blowing. 2,000-year-old disco colgant is an object made for unknown reasons, or at least it seems so to us, modern humans. Was it an ancient tool, a high-tech device, a ritual artifact? Does it provide evidence of our ancestors' vast knowledge of astronomy? Of course, but the disco colgant makes us easily believe that this is a graphic representation of the Milky Way, or perhaps some other spiral galaxy. How spiral arms are formed in this type of galaxy is not yet entirely certain. Of course, they have to be electrified plasma. And Holt and I pretty much prove that all galaxies start out as quasars, and as they gain mass, they lose redshift. He proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, and yet mainstream still suppresses that knowledge. But modern astronomers know the majority of spiral galaxies contain a central bulge surrounded by a fiat, rotating disk of stars, just like pictured on the disco colgants. And the biggest mind blower to me is it has a dot or hole right where the sun is thought to be. That is another one truly amazing find, proving high-tech ancient civilization that just gets put in the mystery bag. Next.
memory. And there it goes, my last desperate pleas. All of the things that were said, why can't I just get you out of my head? I'm a criminal without a crime. Your love stopped on a dime. And I don't need your memory. Feel all this desperation. Remove your scars from your eyes. Imagination got the best of me. Can't see you anymore.
And here is a major head-scratcher towards ancient high-tech civilization. 2 billion-year-old nuclear mega-reactor discovered in Africa. In 1972, a worker at a nuclear fuel processing plant noticed something suspicious in a routine analysis of uranium obtained from a normal mineral source from Africa. As is the case with all natural uranium, the material under study contained 3 isotopes, 3 forms of different atomic masses: uranium-238, the most abundant variety, uranium-234, the rarest, and uranium-235, the isotope that is coveted because it can sustain a nuclear chain reaction. For weeks, specialists at the French Atomic Energy Commission, the CEA, remained perplexed. Elsewhere, in the Earth's crust, on the Moon, and even in meteorites, we can find uranium-235 atoms that make up only about 0.72% of the total. But in the samples that were analyzed, which came from the Okio deposit in Gabon, a former French colony in West Africa, the uranium-235 constituted only about 0.717%. That small difference was enough to alert French scientists that there was something very strange going on with the minerals. These small details led further investigations, which showed at least a part of the mine was well below the normal amount of uranium-235. Some 200 kilograms appeared to have been extracted in the distant past. Today, that amount is enough to make 6 nuclear bombs. Soon, researchers and scientists from all over the world gathered in Gabon to explore what was going on with the uranium from Oklo. What was found in Oklo surprised everyone gathered there. The site where the uranium originated from is actually an advanced subterranean nuclear reactor that goes well beyond the capabilities of our present scientific knowledge. Does that surprise anyone? Researchers believe that this ancient nuclear reactor is about 1.8 billion years old. Of course, they think the Earth is a lot older than we do, and operated for at least 500,000 years in the past. Scientists performed several other investigations at the uranium mine, and the results were made public at a conference of the International Atomic Energy Agency. According to news agencies from Africa, researchers had found traces of fission products and fuel waste at various locations within the mine's area. And incredibly, our modern-day nuclear reactors are really not comparable both in design and functionality with this huge mega reactor. According to studies, this ancient nuclear reactor was several kilometers long. Interestingly, for a large nuclear reactor like this, the thermal impact on the environment was limited to just 40 meters on all sides. What researchers found even more astonishing are the radioactive wastes that have still not moved outside the limits of the site, as they have still held in place thanks to the geology of the area. What is surprising is that a nuclear reaction had occurred in a way that the plutonium, the byproduct, was created and the nuclear reaction itself had been moderated, which is considered as a holy grail for atomic science. The ability to moderate the reaction means that once the reaction was initiated, it was possible to leverage out the output power in a controlled way, with the ability to prevent catastrophic explosions or the release of the energy at a single time. Researchers have dubbed the nuclear reactor at Oklo as a natural nuclear reactor. But the truth about it goes far beyond our normal understanding. Some of the researchers that participated in the testing of the nuclear reactor concluded that the minerals had been enriched in the distant past. They figure around 1.8 billion years ago to spontaneously produce a chain reaction. They also concluded that water had been used to moderate the reaction in the same way that the modern nuclear reactors cool down using graphite cadmium shafts, preventing the reactor from going into critical state and exploding all of this in nature. However, Dr. Glenn T. Seaborg, former head of the United States Atomic Energy Commission and Nobel Prize winner for his work in the synthesis of heavy elements, pointed out that for uranium to burn in a reaction, conditions must be exactly right. For example, the water involved in the nuclear reaction must be extremely pure. Even a few parts per million of contaminant will poison the reaction, bringing it to a halt. The problem is that no water that pure exists naturally anywhere in the world. Several specialists talked about the incredible nuclear reactor at Oklo, stating that at no time in the geologically estimated history of the Oklo deposits was the uranium sufficiently rich, i.e. uranium-235, for a natural nuclear reaction to occur. When these deposits were formed in the distant past, due to the slowness of the radioactive decay of U-235, the fissionable material would have constituted only 3% of the total deposits, something too low, mathematically speaking, for a nuclear reaction to take place. However, a reaction took place mysteriously, suggesting that the original uranium was far richer than uranium-235 than it is found in a natural formation. Just another one of those head scratchers for the mystery bag that nobody has to deal with. We have a plethora of them. Thanks for listening.
Yes, we do, don't we? We have, I think, I would venture to guess we have more mysteries than we do things that have been solved. We just seem to get more questions. We don't ever seem to solve much, but one thing about Saturn theory is it just has so much evidence. It really is. It speaks for itself. All you gotta do is look at the evidence, and it's just amazing to me that mainstream doesn't even bat an eye. Just amazing. How could they be so obtuse and live with themselves? I do not know. But yeah, I thought you might enjoy that on the Piri Reis map. So there were ancient maps that had the whole world circumnavigated, accurate too. And that nuclear reactor, I don't even know what to think about that. But yet it's there. The Lycurgus Cup. Who was able to work on a molecule level to make that, or just so many things. Just everything, really. It doesn't matter what thread you pull. There's going to be a mystery somewhere. That's why I love it. It's just so fascinating, and it never stops intriguing and interesting me. Thank you for coming to the live stream tonight. I'm probably going to do one on this weekend. This one I just wanted to do diatribe with Thornhill, Scott, all the guys, Velikovsky, in one place, and we did. So I'll play a couple more audios if I have them. I'll come out and say goodbye, and we'll play a song, and we'll go. Thank you so much for coming. I'll be out there in 2 shakes.
major head-scratcher towards ancient high-tech civilization. 2-billion-year-old nuclear mega-reactor discovered in Africa. This volume is intended to further elucidate my theories of electrical creation, to cover some points lightly touched upon in my previous books, also to bring forward to date the most recent scientific facts and discoveries tending to show that the universe is a vast electric machine or organism. This is the electrical age of the world of magnetic marvels and electrical wonder. The people of this generation have witnessed the most astounding development of electrical machinery, appliances, and utilities. In every department of effort, human genius has called forth this invisible, mysterious magician, electricity, to work the miracles of omnipotence. And so rapid and marvelous have been the discovery that the human mind stands paralyzed with wonder and amazement and asks, what next? My man, you got it going again. Yeah. Before, as coming across the waves there, the team mapping radio waves in the universe has discovered something unusual that releases a giant burst of energy 3 times an hour. And it's unlike anything astronomers have seen before. It has to be electricity that's releasing. The team had discovered they think it could be a neutron star, which are impossible, or a white dwarf. Collapsed cores of stars with an ultra-powerful magnetic field spinning in space. I mean, they just got the greatest imagination when it comes to that. But in reality, we know what it is. It's electricity that's doing it. And cores of stars are probably made of iron. The strange object sends out a beam of radiation that crosses Earth's line of sight. And for 1 minute in every 20 is one of the brightest radio sources in the sky. And it's 4,000 light years away from Earth. So it's in our galactic backyard. There's a self-proclaimed kind of con man / self-proclaimed psychic named Uri Geller. Some of you that name might be familiar to you. He is so serious about it. I think he wrote President Biden a letter saying that this is an alien force. It's my man, you got it going. It flares 3 times an hour. It's like clockwork, too. That's why some think that they're some kind of rudimentary communication device for aliens or extraterrestrial. I don't particularly. One night, the neighbor called police.
I just can't win with that story. I'm going to have to give up. Alright, well, I'm getting kind of tired, and I think it's time to let it roll it in. We've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes, and got a lot done. So I'm going to gang up a bunch of stuff and release it again. I'll be back on Saturday. So let's see. I want to get over to where you are here. Let's go live right there. There you are. 15 folks still. That's not bad for 5 in the morning. I do appreciate you joining me. Sorry for all the technical problems, but I've been lagging just like a bear all night long, and that's always a bitch. Oh boy, let's see. Ray Carr, hello Ray. Joe B. Well, adios. I'll sound good. Yeah, I know. It was on my end. Sorry. Andrew McKenzie, Ray Carr, Joe B. Alchemy 88. Nick, what's up, buddy? Are you still here? We got Electro. I don't know why I have a hard time pronouncing your name, Electro, but I do. Let's hear it.
Electromata.
Electromata. It ends a little sudden, you know, but it's good. Let's see here. I noticed Troy McLaughlin loves to use the catchphrase looming large. It is a pretty good catchphrase too. Be a good profile name. Looming large. Rogue Elephant. There's Baird Axeblade. Hello, Baird. And Lucy. Hello, Lucy. I used to watch I Love Lucy like every night.
Lucy Salat.
When I was a kid. And let's see. Babaloo. Well, I guess that's about it, eh? You guys are having a pretty good conversation there. So I'll close it out with something good. That's going to be along the lines of what we've been doing. And then I'll ride off into the sunset and see you Saturday. Love yous. I'll see you next time. Thank you for coming. Alright, we'll close it out with something good. It's coming. Part 2. Cosmology Quest, where Eric Lerner just takes them to task. They can't touch him. He destroys them.
As confirmation of the Big Bang is a valid theory is its predictions of abundance of the light elements. This confirms that the theory is a good theory. But in fact, it doesn't. In fact, observations clearly contradict this prediction of the Big Bang. Big Bang predicts the abundance of 3 elements: helium, lithium, and the isotope deuterium, which is the heavy isotope of ordinary hydrogen.
Now, one of the conclusions from this particular hypothesis that you can make deuterium in the Big Bang was that the density of matter in the universe should not exceed a certain value. Now, over the years, in the 1960s, this seemed to be holding out. 1970s, it seemed to be holding out. But by 1980s, it had become clear that the universe has considerable amount of dark matter, which is not included in these calculations. Now, if you include all this dark matter, you exceed the limit that deuterium abundance has put. That means if you assume that all the dark matter is present, then you could not have made deuterium in the amount that is observed in the universe. So this was a way of saying that the Big Bang prediction was wrong.
To determine the density of the universe and see whether this is consistent. If the theory is right, the density of the universe determined from deuterium abundance, the one determined from lithium abundance, and the one determined from helium should all be the same number. There can only be one density of the universe. While actually that's not true. Again, these are gross contradictions, and yet again, it doesn't cause the abandonment of the theory. Big Bang theorists simply say, well, there must be something that we don't understand about the evolution of lithium, about the evolution of deuterium, And even though these predictions have steadily diverged over the course of time.
But what did the Big Bang proponents do? They wanted a way out, so they said that this extra matter, which is proving to be awkward to fit into the framework, has to be a strange kind of matter, which is often called non-baryonic matter. Non-baryonic matter is basically matter which is not made of protons, neutrons, and the kind of elements that we are made of here on the Earth, or which we see in the stars or in the interstellar medium.
Dark matter. What was dark matter? Dark matter was some matter that we don't understand, we don't know what it's about, we haven't observed it, but it isn't ordinary matter, so it doesn't enter into our equations about the light elements, and we can't see it as stars. But dark matter is 90 or 99% of the mass of the universe. This is what we call in science a fudge factor. When your equations don't work out, you just write in this little plus something. Well, in this case, this was a humongous fudge factor because it was 90 or 99% of the universe.
And you have to not only postulate that this matter has to exist, but it has to exist in quantities much greater than the amount you see of ordinary matter.
And I should emphasize that people have looked for dark matter. People have looked for dark matter since it was proposed 20 years ago. Axions, WIMPs, little particles that are supposed to be floating around in space that we should, in theory, be able to observe as they pass through the Earth. Dozens of experiments have looked for these particles. Not one has been found. Again, this should be a contradiction. The way science works, you make a prediction, observation contradicts it, the theory should be rejected. But that hasn't happened. And the epicycles don't end. There's a problem with dark matter, even theoretically. Even though we can't observe it, there's still a problem with it, which is dark matter slows down the expansion of the universe. So the length of time that the universe has existed, the length of time since the Big Bang, should be shorter than what's indicated just by linear expansion. Well, the problem is it's too short. The prediction of the cold dark matter theory is that the universe should be about 8 billion years old. Well, that's a big problem. We can determine the age of stars in our own galaxy, in the oldest globular clusters, both based on very well confirmed theories of the nuclear evolution of stars and spectroscopic observation. And the stars in our galaxy are 13 or 14 billion years old. So it's very embarrassing to have 14 billion year old stars in an 8 billion year old universe.
In addition, they went into dark energy. Now, why did dark energy come in? Because if you take the present value of the cosmological constant and the cosmological constant which came out of inflation, you find that they are not the same. Not only they are the same, but you have to find that the difference lies in something like 108 orders of magnitude. Now, can you imagine a physical theory getting the answers wrong by a factor 10 to the power 108? Yet, the Big Bang cosmologists very coolly accept this and simply put in another epicycle by saying that there is a dark energy which has changed over the time by this factor. So we have to accept that.
Dark energy is some force, again, unknown on Earth, unpredicted by any theory that we have validation of here on Earth, that causes an acceleration of the expansion of the universe. So as the universe is accelerating, and it's older than appears on the basis of the dark matter theory, and it's 15 billion years old. So we solve the problem of the age of the universe by hypothesizing yet a third completely ad hoc epicycle dark energy. So now we have a universe which is 70% dark energy, 28% dark matter, and only 2% matter that we can observe through our telescopes and here on Earth. Epicycle is being piled onto epicycle. And in the process, what we call the predictive power of the theory is fading away to nothing. One of the most destructive features of the methodology of the Big Bang is that it conveys the idea that only experts can understand the universe. Only people versed in extremely complicated mathematics can understand the universe. That if dark matter, dark energy appear to be incomprehensible or even nonsensical, it's because you don't understand the mathematics of these complex equations. This is, of course, the argument of the emperor's new clothes. If you can't see the emperor's new clothes, then you must be either stupid or incompetent.
So this goes on, and we can find that the old Greek tradition of epicycles, which was even adopted by Copernicus and has been continuing in standard Big Bang cosmology. If we go by the history, the Keplerian orbits, which were elliptical orbits, very cleanly and neatly resolved the problem of planets. And the circles upon circles idea had ultimately to crumble down. Now, in the same way, I suspect that the Big Bang theory will collapse under its own weight of assumptions, and a more neat theory, neat interpretation of the universe will emerge.
Does this mean that the age of the universe is not what Big Bang theorists have implied? Could the universe be eternal after all? How much are cosmologists really able to know?
We are now in a stage which can be called a plasma universe. And we are simply not privileged to know what stage the plasma universe evolved from. We do not have privilege to that information. We do not know. We will never know. And this is one major difference between the plasma universe cosmology and the Big Bang cosmology that claims to be closing in on the final answer.
The universe described by plasma cosmology is quite different. Here we are talking about a universe with no beginning and no end, an infinite universe, continuously evolving, an evolution that is continuously increasing at an ever rapid pace. It is a universe in which there is a coherence between what we can understand in the here and now on Earth and what we can understand in the rest of the universe. A universe in which there is no real limit to our ability to understand more new phenomena. And a universe in which we can apply what we learn in the universe in present-day technology.
The basic difference between plasma and all other forms of matter, that is solid, liquids, and gases, is that a plasma produces electromagnetic radiation and also tends to filament. So that we would expect in a simulation, which is what we see, in an experiment, which is what we see, we would expect to see throughout the cosmos a filamentary structure that is a spaghetti of currents intertwining the cosmos.
We can use plasma theory derived from experiments in the laboratory, from the basic concepts of plasma instabilities, from Maxwell's equations, and from the well-known laws of gravitation, to describe and predict how the structure of the universe came into being and what that structure is. So the question is, how could this structure come into existence? Now, in the Big Bang theory, the universe starts out extremely homogeneous, very smooth. This was in direct contradiction to the plasma universe that insisted that the universe overall must be filamentary. But what we have today is extremely clumpy matter. When I talk about these huge voids, the structure of voids, the matter inside the voids is less than 10%, perhaps less than a few percent as dense as the average. And the matter in the walls of these voids, where these filaments of superclusters of galaxies are located, is 10 or 20 times the average. So you have extreme clumpiness. Now, what's the problem for the Big Bang to explain this? There's a huge problem. There is not enough time since the Big Bang to form these structures. These structures are older, much older than the time hypothesized since the Big Bang.
Now, again, in interpreting the observational information, we can again go to the laboratory, which we are privileged to diagnose in any number of ways, in any number of directions, and run any number of experiments, which you can't do with the universe. But we also turn to the supercomputer simulations. Now, what a simulation does is that it allows you to model the plasma, regardless of size, put in the rather few basic initial equations, and then follow the simulation through its various nonlinear stages and the different morphologies or shapes that the plasma will take.
In Tony Peratt's simulations, as the current spirals into the center of the galaxy, turns around and moves out along the axis of the galaxy. In that central area where the current is extremely concentrated, there seemed again the potential for violent events. And Alfvén and Peratt raised the question, couldn't this be a way of explaining the extremely violent events that occur in the center of galaxies that are known as quasars, in which huge amounts of energy are released in what, by astronomical terms, is a relatively small amount of time. That is, millions of years compared with the billions of years galaxies exist.
Initially, the time frames shown represent 1 billion years or so, but now we're going to carry it out for 10 billion years to see what happens to these double radio galaxies or quasars as the two filaments have evolved into. And you'll see that the tails start to elongate, and fairly soon you're going to start to see a spiral structure. And as we get closer to 10 billion years, the end of the movie, you will see that we have formed the shape, the morphology, the shape of a spiral galaxy.
Now, Alfvén developed a number of concepts that were critical to the whole understanding of the plasma universe. First of all was the basic concept of scale invariance in plasmas. That means there are certain phenomena in plasmas that don't change regardless of whether you're dealing with a laboratory scale of centimeters or a solar system scale of millions of kilometers or a galactic scale of hundreds of thousands of light years. What that meant was that time scales the same way as distance does. So not only does this mean that the phenomena of the cosmos can be studied in the laboratory, but because of time compression, the phenomena of the cosmos are essentially transient phenomena. It's funny to think of a galaxy lasting billions of years as a transient phenomenon. but it's analogous to events in the laboratory that last only millions of seconds. Another way of putting it, the plasma universe is extremely dynamic. It's not going to be hypothesis. We've moved further than hypothesis. We've definitely gone into the second lake, the analysis, and we're well towards the third lake. Now, we haven't reached the third lake, of course, and perhaps, well, you can't with the universe because you can't experiment with the universe itself. Now, of course, we, like Alfvén, his idea, indeed you can determine what's happening in the universe in an experiment, but as far as producing universes, well, we're not going to do that. So we're going to do the best we can in the laboratory. The universe that the Big Bang envisions and the universe of plasma cosmology are very different universes, and they have very different implications, and they cohere with very different ideologies of what is happening here on Earth.
The Big Bang theory will collapse under its own weight of assumptions, and a more neat theory, neat interpretation of the universe will emerge.
Man said.
Yeah, that show, man, is just so, it's so interesting. I just find that fascinating. All right, good night. I'll see you Saturday.